I don't really know. Hey, can everybody hear me okay? And I'm sorry about that, guys. I don't really, Bandana Grandma was having some issues, and I think it's because of the weather. So she couldn't use her cell phone for what she needed. And I'm sorry, guys. But let's see. Sorry, there's just some other things I had to do here, so just give me a second. And we can get started. I don't think she's going to be able to make it this evening, and that's okay. I just didn't really know what was going on with everything, so no problem. Let me see if I can delete that. And turn that on. Okay, so I think we're good. I'm just going to add the banner to this new live here. And we'll get started. So how's everybody doing tonight? And I'm so sorry that this had happened. That's all I can use is a cell phone. Don't own a computer. Oh, you're welcome. Always be prepared. Thank you for joining us this evening. I was going to do an after party after this. So if anybody wants to come up, they can. Right now, I'll just turn this into a party instead of doing my after party. And I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry about all the issues that we are having with Bandana Grandma. And it's not really anybody's fault. She just couldn't get on. So let me see what I can do here. I'll refresh this. Yeah, it seems to have like, I don't know, Melon was giving me problems too. So there was something going on that I got apparently 2 streams of Bandana Grandma, and I don't even know how did I do that? It must have did, I don't know, either I hit the button twice or something. Hey Thorhaven, hey everybody. Yeah, everything's good. I'm not stressed out about it or anything, but it would have been nice to have her on the show tonight. But you know, it can't happen. So I'm going to share the link. So if anybody wants to come up and hang out, they can do that tonight. And I'm sorry that there was a big mishap. But you know, things happen. Tech problems happen all the freaking time. So yeah, and I even tried to do a StreamYard link. I tried to do a StreamYard link and that wasn't working either. So there's really nothing I could do at this point. So that sucks. But thanks for hanging out with me anyway. And I shared the link, so if anybody wants to come up, they can do so and hang out with me. I'm just going to turn I had an after party thing scheduled, but this is just going to be a giant party now Wednesday night. So sorry about that, guys. Ouch. This chair is the most uncomfortable chair I think I've ever sat in, and it doesn't roll. Like I'm like trying to roll in and it doesn't roll. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I got a new setup here, and I'm using a board and a microphone that has some interference from the connection. I think we're good now. So, hey. Oh, hold on. Of course, I have this weird connection thing. What's up, Vipe?
Hello.
How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
Hey, turn up. I had my microphone turned down, or my earphones turned down low because I didn't want anything hurting my eardrums.
All these, come on, the link is there. Get in here, people.
But yeah, She said she tried. She thought it was all she could do is just click. But
Oh, is she having issues?
yeah, so
Mhm. What seems to be the problem since tech support is online?
I don't know. She couldn't access it. It said something about how she had to edit her Chrome or something in order to get mic and camera access or something.
Okay, that's fine. That's normal.
Yeah, so she was having issues with that, and then I was having a Melon issue. She got on Melon, and I couldn't hear or see her.
Because she didn't give mic or camera access.
She did. She said she did, and I couldn't hear her or anything like that.
Was she using Chrome?
And yeah, she's using Chrome, but she is on an Android. So
Oh, that's why. The phone will do it. It'll say it on the phone. It's not the best on the phones.
yeah, well, that's all she's got. So no problem.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. If anybody wants to come up, they can and join us this evening. That would be great.
And
Do I sound okay? Because this is like the first time I've had my board set up and everything. My mic and everything sounds okay.
You sound just like any other day.
Like normal? Okay, because in my earphones, I don't sound normal. I sound like there's a slight echo. So, hey, Uncle Al, how are you doing?
Hi there, folks.
What's
I just
up?
did a weird video. It's my insane chattering. If everybody goes over there, check out the insane chattering from Uncle Al. That's
Oh, I like it.
That's what happens when you don't have more than 3 hours of sleep every day for the last 7 days. I'm normal.
Yeah.
I need to take more tranquilizers. That's all. But anyway, folks.
He goes.
Whatchamacallit? What was train of thought before Viper interrupted me? Oh yeah, go check. Southern Ohio Prepping has a video on what's going on from the 20. Is it the 28th or the 26th?
Today is the 26th.
Okay, I'm still a couple of days ahead. Sorry about that, folks. Effects of time traveling. Okay, from the 28th until the 1st, we're going to have some solar storms, geomagnetic. It's a slow one. So sometimes devices and networks and equipment might go blah, 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 and you're not going to get through. But just in case, where did I put it? Shoot. Never get old, folks. You forget things.
That's what my dad said to me this afternoon. And I just told him I have no choice.
Right. Now, this is my time travel modeled. Unfortunately, my nephew got into my brass wire. I'm trying to untangle it. Fun. He's 5. And this is $20 worth of brass wire he tangled up. It was a lot worse when it was on the sliding door. You know how little children are.
Yeah.
Fun. I'm glad he didn't flush it down the toilet.
Imagine.
Yeah, that's how I had it here. Maybe not. 1 second, folks. I'm going to look around. Uncle Alan's losing his mind.
I love Uncle Al. Let's give it up for Uncle Al. By the way, hashtag Al don't quit. I'm getting a total lot of like mic interference on my end, and it very well could be the microphone because I've had this since I was a kid. Wait, no, I moved the cord, so we're good now.
Okay.
We're good.
Never mind.
Hey, you guys! Look who's in here. What's up, Ginger Ninja? Oh man, what a day. Okay. A lot of you guys know out there I suffer from anxiety. Oh yeah! Hashtag Al don't quit. Yeah, thanks, Howie. Yeah! We got Howie doing it now. Whoop whoop.
Yeah, buddy.
That's so great. Many of you guys know I suffer from anxiety. It's racing constantly in my mind. And I try to control it as much as I can. So anyway, today I was outside And I
found it. There you go, bandana.
oh cool.
So all we have to do is wear. Oh shoot! Sorry. All we have
Sorry.
to do is wear a bunch of bandanas,
I love it.
and
You
we
can
do
be
our
bandana grandma.
right. We could be bandana grandma.
Thank you, Uncle Al.
Oh,
So
my
it's true, folks. I'm just substituting for the real bandana grandma.
You're awesome.
This
So I have a
probably-
question for you. When
What?
threading your bobbin, I always have issues threading my bobbin. When threading your bobbin,
There's a
how do
little
you do
hole-
it every time?
There's a little hole on the bottom. And on some sewing machines, they have a little winder and you loop it up. They have a Singer section that helps you out and shows you what to do. That also works on the Brothers and stuff. There's a sewing machine. They have a little hole on the bottom of the spool. You put that in there, you thread it, and then you put, not in the machine, the big spool of thread onto it, and you press the button and it'll rewind the bobbin.
Yeah,
I'm
I
doing
do
this-
that. And then for some reason, when I do it, it
It
does
comes
it the
out like
opposite
this.
direction or something.
Yeah,
And
it goes-
then when I go to sew, it doesn't do it.
right, because you have it not programmed to rewind. You have it on sew. That's the problem. Go check on. What do you got? Singer or
Yeah, I got a Singer.
Okay, Singer has a YouTube channel. It explains how to do it. You just find the model, and it'll show you how to go by step. It's real educational. I gotta take this off. It's hot over here. It's 96 out here.
Wow. Not now here. It cooled down quite a bit. We finally got the rain that we needed. And it was
Where?
beautiful rain. It was just like a light mist. Me and my husband, we were out working in it. It was just so nice. And all my plants got what they needed. Oh, by the way, I planted my dragon tongue bush beans like just 2 days ago, and they are already this tall.
Damn.
I know. I was like, what? And I planted my Chinese noodle beans, and they're like 2 days ago, and they're already like this tall. I'm like, I've never experienced anything that grows that fast. That's
They're like-
faster than radishes.
They're
Yep.
like, we don't got time for that. All right. Jeez,
love
you got
it.
some rich soil or something, man.
No,
Yeah,
it's
it was
the air
crazy.
condition. It's perfect humidity for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go out there and you're sweating already and you haven't did anything. That's perfect for plants, not for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was just
they-
really
right now-
surprised.
It's a cool 72 right now. It's 83 in my room, but it's 72 outside.
I have no idea what the temperature is
You
like.
Only-
got the ocean currents, the
It's
air
only gonna
currents.
get hot.
Yeah, but you got the ocean breeze.
Yeah.
I live near a feedlot. So when it
Mm.
gets 96, do you know what my house smells like?
I don't know. Dust.
No, I live near a feedlot. When wet manure gets hit with 100-degree heat,
So it
Oh
smells like poop.
no. It smells like fart. Yeah.
yeah, 24 hours a day, even with air conditioning. Oh,
Oh,
they're
that's the
feeding
worst
beets to the cows.
And
It
that's the
says it's
worst.
64 degrees and the low tonight is going to be 53. I can
Yeah.
handle that because it's been hot.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, it's supposed to be 73, but it's going to feel like 80. Why don't they just say it's going to be 80? I hate that. Oh, it's going to feel like 93. That means if it feels like 93,
It's 93.
it's 93.
They
What is
don't
this?
tell you why they
Hey,
do that.
Bigfoot, thank you for coming in.
Tomorrow's
honey.
gonna be below zero, 30 degrees below zero, but it's gonna feel like 100.
You can come up on the panel if you want to. Here's the link. It's in the link. And I appreciate you.
You can come up if you want to.
But we're just, I mean,
Next week's
we're
gonna
just
be hot.
BSing really. I was supposed to have Bandana Grandma and we had some technical issues. So that won't be happening this evening. But
All right, we'll get her back
reschedule.
later.
Yeah, we'll have to reschedule at a different date.
Right.
but-
Go see my crazy videos that explains what's going on the eastern seaboard. Once it starts really cooking on, you're not in the cook zone. The cook zone's on the coast. I told a lot of my friends, go to the coast, stay there. That's the coolest part. If you're inland up to, I think it's Tennessee, you're going to cook. It's going to be a steam bath. I have a friend I forget. Georgia on the border of the other one. Is it Mississippi or Alabama? I can't remember.
I think
Next
it's
to Georgia.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Alabama. He said he went outside. He didn't do anything, but he was coming back inside the house and he was soaking wet. That's how high the humidity is. So also I expect tornadoes. We have a tornado pool. We got one going for the Midwest between Oklahoma to Wyoming, and we have another one throughout the South.
Thanks
I'm
a lot,
betting-
Bigfoot. He said he's not pretty enough for this panel.
Come up.
You're killing me. No, you can come up and you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. I trust
Ooh.
that it's really you.
Right, you could
That's
do
a-
one of these.
I
That's a
mean,
first.
if it wasn't you and I didn't really know you very well, I would say
That's the first one,
no.
Courtney's. I would take advantage of that because that never happens.
Oh God.
But you're just cool and you can bring up some really cool conversation about all the things that I like. So
Right. So
Um,
anybody heard about that weird thing that's going around Ohio and Indiana? It's not a plane, folks.
The chair
It's
behind
not. It's not Superman either. Look, it's a bird. It's a plane. It
The
ain't
chair-
Superman.
you know what?
there's a glare.
I heard
on the-
about it. Somebody said that there was lights. Is that what you're talking about?
It's kind of lights, but it isn't.
They're like lights all in a row. Somebody said that they saw
Kind
that.
of.
Uncle Al's chair behind him. The way his little bandana thing is like falling. It looks like a dinosaur is smiling. Do you see it? The corner of the
Yeah.
corner.
See
of
it.
And then
Dude, I like cheese and beer. Dude, that would be an awesome. If only.
I'm having
love-
cheese and taquitos right now.
Are you?
I mean, I used
Yeah.
to make cheese and
Like Tostitos cheese and taquito.
I used to make cheese
Yum,
and
yum.
whatchamacallit. It's a cheesy bread, but I use beer and I make the beer in the bread and I put like a half ton of cheddar in it. So you got the nice taste of the two when it rises. I never get a piece because every time I put it out on the plate, I go and reach there. All 16 slices are grabbed by my nephews and nieces and grandnephews. What a great bread, Uncle Alan. Like, yeah, but you should leave a slice for the cook.
Like
But you cook good. You're better than my wife. And I hear all the wife slapping my nephew's heads. You're not supposed to say that when your wife's here.
I could see Uncle Al. He sets a pizza down that he just cooked. He's like, here you go. He sets a pizza down. All the slices, they're all gone. He turns back around and just one slice left.
And just not even
Or-
a slice left. I can see that happening.
You're right. Let me reach over my survival vest.
Dude, if I lived in Wisconsin, I would like probably be like 400 pounds. I'm not
With-
kidding. I like beer and I like cheese and I like wine. Like all three of those, and then and then crackers on top of it. God, I would be like 400 pounds. I really would. Hey,
Oh, there's Bigfoot Prepper.
thank you for coming on.
You're welcome. How's it going?
It's going good. So, have you seen Bigfoot anytime recently?
No, but guess what? I'm really enjoying the new season of Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
Is it out? Is it on Netflix or Hulu?
It's on cable.
Oh, it's on cable, so it'll probably be a year before I see it because I don't have
Right.
cable.
You could probably get it on National Geographic. Is it on National? I forget. Is it Nat Geo or the other one?
I can't remember.
It's Nat Geo or the other one. Yeah, they're having fun times on the
Discovery?
Skinwalker on the ranch. I know what he's talking about. I won't spoil the.
You could probably torrent it. I don't condone that too much, but I
But
used to do that.
I won't say it because if I blurt it out, there's too many things going on over there. Anyway, this is for Courtney. I just found this at Costco.
Oh, cool. Does it taste like a candy bar?
No, it tastes like soap.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It has caramel and peanuts and chocolate, and I'm chewing on it. I make better candy bars than this. And then you have to look at the ingredients in the back.
Actually,
Is that anything edible?
Adkins really makes some really good like
Right,
bars.
but this is like keto bar, no sugar.
Yeah, that sucks.
Read this. It sounds like a science experiment.
Oh, I'm
gone
sure it
bad.
is. It has zolrenthol in it.
Do
Something
you know
like
what DNL fibers are?
I don't
Okay,
know.
and DNL trans fats. They use that in dog food. And the
Oh,
closest
nice.
thing I could figure out it matches is Gravy Train. Remember the little check wagon? And yeah,
That's disgusting.
it is. But I got stuck with 150 of these because they're trying to get rid of them. You can buy a whole box, Uncle Alan. They're
Just
giving
wait.
it-
Wait till Halloween to pass them out
Oh.
as trick
That's
or
what I'm going to do.
treat.
Here, little kid, enjoy this.
That would suck so bad. You'd be well hated in your neighborhood.
No,
The
they
one-
think, they think
one
they've got a
guy-
big candy bar with nuts.
The one guy that gives broccoli and carrots instead of candy.
Yeah, it's good for your teeth. So anyway, on Bigfoot news, a lot of activity in the south, and a lot of activity towards the Appalachian trails. Not too much on the Canadian side for some weird reason. And
Okay, I have a question about Bigfoot. Okay, now this might be deep. So, but do you think now a lot of people claim that Bigfoot is real because they have seen him or whatever? Okay, but could it be like a Skinwalker Ranch thing where people are seeing it because of some kind of natural phenomenon that's going on in the universe or something? Or do you think people are actually seeing him? You know what I mean? Is it like a Skinwalker Ranch type deal where it's like this phenomenon's only happening in certain areas of the world or certain spots? Or is he actually real? You know what I mean?
I don't know. There's a whole lot of. I mean, when you think about Bigfoot, you're not confining him to a 512 acre ranch in Utah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about. I mean, stories of the abominable snowman, the Yeti. I mean, you're talking worldwide. I know the Pacific Northwest is the greatest, concentration, Washington State, but even here in upstate New York, we have our own,
Huh.
Bigfoot
We used-
lore.
We used to have a house up there.
In the Adirondacks here, and even Ohio. Ohio's got Salt Fork State Park, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Portland
I don't
State
think.
Park.
I don't think. To me, okay. See this book right here?
Yeah.
I bought this book for. Let me see. See that right there?
Yeah.
The
The mystery of
mystery-
Bigfoot.
Yeah. So I bought this book for $14.
$10. Oh, 14 went
And
up.
I got 2 pages of,
Yeah.
of Bigfoot stuff. False advertisement, and the whole thing's about paranormal. And this is what I consider the Skinwalker Ranch stuff.
Yeah.
Is more spiritual stuff. And
Right.
I don't know. I have a lot of different theories. I talk about all of them everywhere. Everything from
Now,
gigantic.
I know you have seen evidence of Bigfoot. Have you you have actually seen him, correct?
No.
No, you've never, but you've seen evidence and footprints and,
I've held castings. Yes.
and yeah.
Any hair?
So I don't know. Like I've never seen him, so I don't
Right.
know. And I've never seen ghosts or anything like that. But I believe in the paranormal, like 100%, because of the things I have felt. I've never actually seen it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you
I just
gotta be-
believe that it's there.
gotta be careful with it though.
Yeah. Did you ever
Because
find any hair?
Right.
this,
Right.
this book? This book says that this evil spirits are real, and it also
Yeah.
says to basically stay away from them.
Yeah.
Right. And also they said Bigfoot, well, not Bigfoot, but certain creatures are real too. So,
Yeah. I mean,
and you also
giant-
got to look at the Goliath because no human being is that big and have 12 toes and could kill, 15 men with one blow. He was a big guy, and David went and
Yeah.
knocked
Boink.
him out with a sling.
Boink.
Did you ever find any hair?
Me? No. I find
I
that-
have found a
find-
few strands, but I donated to Northern California University up there near Shasta. They
Okay.
can't figure it out because it's not sheep, because I know sheep. It's not goat. It's not deer. It's not coyote. We checked for grizzly and brown bear and any other thing. Did not match it. And I only found 3 strands because it was snagged a little bit on barbed wire. I'm looking at it like,
Okay. I
doesn't
got a
look
question
clear.
for you.
sure.
This is the first time I've ever spoke with you. Why haven't you ever come to my channel?
Yeah, I'm around. I just look
Hashtag
around.
guys
Just because
don't quit.
I'm lurking around everybody's channel, Bigfoot Prepper. You always notice there's 5 people and they like my channel, but I don't see any comments. That's usually me or Steve or a few others. We try to keep a low profile because seriously, you get run off by federal agents on BML land and they say, "We see you, you're going to prison." I'm like, okay, run that away. You know, the guys
We
in
love
the
Uncle
white-
Al.
You know what I'm talking about, Bigfoot Prepper? The guys in the white SUVs and they don't have any IDs, but they're in uniform. And like, okay, either they're whacking hut or they're, you know who. Let's get on the horses and hightail
We have a
it.
few people here I've never seen before, so I wanted to just address them. Dee's ED, thank you for
Yeah.
coming in.
These-
And
these are
Alicia
great-
Stone?
and-
Okay,
Yeah.
and Bella, thank you so much for coming in.
I think
And I was
Bella's
going to have
from,
Bandana Grandma on this evening, but she had some technical issues. So I apologize for any of that. But we have Bigfoot Prepper on here. That's cool. Uncle Al, and of course we have Viper, who is one of my permanent guests on my shows. Jay, thank you for coming in as well. You guys are awesome. I appreciate your love. So thank you so
I
much.
seen Bella from Bigfoot Prepper's channel.
Okay.
And Alicia Stone,
Buttercup
too.
has came to my channel from yours as well. That woman is so sweet. She
Yeah,
is.
plus she's got
I love her.
that cool voice.
I know she's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
lived through the Troubles. That's 1952 to 1975. That was horrible. Sorry, folks. I'm a historian because I like to study things and delve into weird things like, okay, Uncle Al, what do you mean there's giant flying creatures and the hairy creatures are throwing rocks and stones and hit a cop car? One, because you can't hit the flying creatures with a big rock off the ground. And the I won't say what kind of hairy creatures. They don't like the big flying things that everybody keeps saying, look, it's UFOs. UFOs do not pick up sheep.
Right.
I
Or
keep-
cows. Like
or
that
cows.
episode of Skinwalker Ranch where it like
Right.
killed that cow. Right.
And I keep telling him it's 2 kinds of forms. Why are they flying in a straight line? Birds fly in a straight line. Like you see geese, they're always in that V shape or
Not the birds out here.
well, they're on drugs. They're picking up all the leftover meth. It's like the meth, like in San Francisco. Sometimes they have meth crumbs, and the seagulls
Yeah.
will pick
Yeah.
at it, and they all get stoned and like, yeah, let's go over there McDonald's and attack them. I'm not kidding. That happened.
No, it's true. It's a true
Yeah.
thing.
Go
San
ask
Francis-
Viper.
That is
San Francisco-
nuts.
San Francisco is a poop hole, to say that, put it lightly, and there's a lot of problems up there, and drug addiction like that, meth.
Well, you were
um,
telling me that the average person that makes like $100,000 a year can't survive
No,
in San
no,
Francisco.
people
Isn't
get
that
paid.
crazy?
Nice.
Here you'd be
You
you'd be living rich.
No,
In
you
Ohio.
can't.
Not in
yeah.
San Francisco. No.
That's considered low income over there.
Right.
Like here,
Um,
even here where I live, my neighbor, like 6 feet away from me, he makes over 100,000, like a little more than that. But because of his taxes and he's not married and he's got kids, but they're grown, whatever, so he's not claiming. It all goes away to taxes, and so he's making like 50 grand a year, and
Wow.
he can barely make it here, and that's here. San Francisco, you're like $2,500, $3,000 a month on rent, like and then there's millions of homeless people living in the streets and pooping, and then you got the other people that are getting paid $80,000 to $100,000 just to pick it all up.
Right.
And
But-
then that's poor as poor.
And that's
if you
still
make
poor.
80,000. Yeah,
Right.
that's just so ridiculous to me.
But then they dump them over here, and then they struggle to get back to San Francisco because
Yeah.
it's 106 outside, and they're in.
Yeah.
We keep
Yeah.
finding them in our irrigation ditches. Oh, there's another San Francisco homeless person. Yeah, face down in irrigation ditches. We find like 12 every year. You know, it's so hot. Yeah, you're in a desert. Oh, I'm about to ask Bigfoot Prepper. Did you ever hear about the story in Vietnam about their Littlefoots having war with the Viet Cong? And
A little foot.
Yeah.
Oh, I like
And
that
the
little
seals?
dinosaur.
I was reading that. That was crazy.
Long neck.
It's kind of creepy.
For you people that didn't understand,
I have no
in
idea
the-
what that is.
during the Vietnam War, you had the Viet Cong and regular NVA, and you had the Special Forces and their troops, RVA, and they were going to clash on this range. And all the locals says, "No, don't go out there! No, 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 danger, danger!" And both sides says, "What? You're screw you!" And they kick the totem. They shouldn't do that. Communist and American. We're going in there. We have guns. What's going to hurt us? Boy, they made a big mistake. If Bigfoot Prepper wants to explain that one.
Courtney, you need to switch Uncle Al and Bigfoot side. That way, when Uncle Al points, he points in the right direction.
There, does that
All
make
right.
you satisfied there, Viper?
That's
Yeah,
for
there we
him.
go.
That way, it's easier for him.
Yeah,
there.
my next door neighbor, he actually served in Vietnam, and I heard this story from him. And quite honestly, I'm not a veteran, and I don't even feel like I feel like I would be dishonoring to tell the story that he told me. So I don't mean not to share it, but that was just something he shared with me.
I respect that.
I know the story that you're talking of. Yeah,
Wow.
it's crazy.
Yeah, the SEAL guys had a really rough time. The Soviet spaz that was consulting the Viet Cong, they got slaughtered. They found pieces of Viet Cong all over the place.
Vietnam was to put it quickly, it's a war that we thought was like, we got this, but boy, were we not prepared. Like
Right,
the way
because
they
you're-
fought, the way these people fought and hid and blended in, and like element of surprise a lot. It was bad. Like it was.
No, they just
It's
followed.
Still bad.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
still bad.
They
Yeah.
just followed a famous general from America. And I asked this one Vietnamese refugee, and I said, "Who was that?" George Washington. I couldn't.
Well,
I
yeah,
couldn't
that makes
stop-
sense.
I couldn't stop
You know.
laughing for a couple minutes. But he
During the
explained-
time of like the 13 colonies and stuff, that's how we won, the Britain. That's how we won.
right,
it's-
with the help of the French.
Yeah.
So the Vietnamese was in the same boat. They had the Chinese to back them, and also Russian, because I think who was backing America at the time, France and somebody else, and they got support. And Britain says, "Forget it, we're leaving." Same thing with America. They said, "Forget it, we're leaving. We spent too much money on this. We can't even afford the rest of the Apollo missions going to the moon." That's also on Netflix too.
Not
Oh,
that
I
I
like
want
that. I
to.
was watching that last night, the Apollo 13.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, on YouTube I was watching but the real thing, not the movie.
Yeah.
Even though the movie's good, I was watching like the real Apollo 13 and what happened. It was like a 45-minute long documentary. Amazing.
Wow. Not that I want to backtrack, but I do want to talk to someone that knows the Bible inside and out, and that would be Bigfoot Prepper. I think you know pretty much everything that you're talking about. I wanted to talk about ghosts and the Bible. So what exactly does the Bible say about paranormal and stuff like that? Because I've never researched that. So I was just really curious.
You're gonna put me on the spot like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying. I just thought you knew. So I'm
No.
sorry.
She can full screen you if you'd like. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate that though. I would have to take the time to look it up and research it. I don't want to just misquote the Bible off the top of my head. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I understand. I thought you knew. Uncle Al, what about you? What do you know?
Okay,
know what
because I have to
exactly?
agree with Bigfoot Prepper because we're talking from the New Testament to the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
God, that drives me nuts. Also, I've been arguing with the Book of Enoch. But spirits come in three forms: the Holy Spirit, the unclean spirit, and the ones that we don't talk about, which Bigfoot Prepper is wisely not talking about, because there's a lot of research you have to go into before you discuss it. I know I had a headache in my juvenile Sunday school class, and they say, "So if Casper the ghost, what is he?" I keep telling the kids, "He's a cartoon. Stop bringing it up." I always get some wiseacre in Bible schools that, "So is Casper the ghost an unclean spirit?" No, he's a cartoon. Read your Bible. I can see Bigfoot Prepper cracking up because he knows what I'm talking about. Always the kids is like, "So is Spooky an unclean spirit?" No, he's a cartoon. And same thing goes for Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Bewitched, or I Dream of Jeannie. I keep saying, no, those are either folk tales from another land, because if you read the Bible, I keep going over the passages over and over again, and they keep saying, "So if Samantha was possessed by the devil," it doesn't say that. What
Hmm.
does it quote on the Bible? And I have 14 little faces looking at me arguing, and they're holding their phones. I can't find it on Google, Uncle Al.
I was just curious about that because, well, I mean, growing up, I mean, I don't really, I never, I don't know. My mom is Catholic and my dad was a Baptist, right? So I grew up with not going to church because my dad, I mean, he didn't really want me to go to a Catholic church, and even though my mom did, and so they just kept it neutral. So
Right.
growing up, I went to Bible school at a Methodist church. You know what I'm saying?
It kind of
So-
figures, because the trouble with theocracies, Methodist, Baptist, and Catholic have different. Oh God, this is going to give me a headache tonight. Different theologies. And you have to be careful, because I tell a lot of people, if it's like the Mormons, that gave me the biggest headache when I went to Bible school and we're arguing about that. And I keep saying it's a variant, and they put their own terminology in there, and we have biggest fights. And I don't want to be drinking coffee going over my Greek books and like, see, it's not in the original Bible. Because people forget the original Bible was written in Greek, not Latin. Yeah. Latin was considered a poor man's language in Roman times. The hierarchy read Greek. That's for the Christianized.
So
Romans.
there's like a lot of translation into the King James that is not.
You know why they call it?
It's a
King
little
James?
off.
Yeah, because King James, Bigfoot Prepper. I forgot what century King James was.
I can't remember.
Was it 15th or 16th?
I was thinking 16th century. No. It was the
I'm looking it up.
1500s, right?
Right. Because there's a printing press. Because King James ordered the simplified version of the Bible for all of his lands, including some parts of France. And because a lot of people at that time, all the Bibles are handwritten, and it came in three forms.
And they were
French,
like handwritten by
Spanish.
monks.
It's saying
Yeah.
1611.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, because everybody had their own version of the Bible and nobody can understand it. This one is written in German, in Old German. I'm like, oh God, that's going to take forever to translate. Or it's in medieval Latin, not ancient Latin, which the ancient Latin was considered street talk. And if you have the Greek Bible, which is the basic Bible that was covered in Palestine, because Greece and Palestine are close by, Greece and Turkey are close by, because you have the Aramaics in, that's another religious sect off in Turkey that has their own Bible and written in Aramaic. And they say that's the true language of Christ. And I keep saying, wait, but Christ came from the Palestine, Judea region. How can
So his true language would have been Hebrew
No, Hebrew wasn't developed until later.
till
That's a
later.
late-
So what would his true language have been?
It'll
Aramaic.
be either
Aramaic.
it'd be
Interesting.
Aramaic or Judea, or I forgot the third language for the Palestinians.
I got to give a shout out to my husband. Hi, Courtney's husband.
Hi, Dustin. Bigfoot Prepper, do you remember the third language they spoke? Was it? I know Aramaic, Greek. There's a third
I'm not sure.
Latin spoke by the
I was thinking
Palestinian.
I was thinking Latin, right?
No, Latin's the common. That's more towards Italy. The ones around Egypt and Palestine and West Bank. Shoot, it's an Arabic language, and I forgot what it was. Because, folks, Arabic is not Arabic. That comes from Turkey. And it goes down. This language came west. It was west? East to west? It came from Saudi Arabia and went across and went up and down that way. It gets confusing.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it drives you nuts too. You try to read 3 different types of Bibles and like, what's this word? And I'm like 4 days later,
Well, thanks for educating me about it, because
it's water.
I don't know. I gravel more towards I for the last couple years of before everything happened, I had went to a spiritualist church. So I was more into that, and I got married in a Methodist church, but so there's some things that I just really don't know about. So I'm always curious and I ask. So I'm sorry, I'm not being insulting or anything to anybody out in the crowd or anything like that. I genuinely don't know. So
It's understandable because, go ahead.
Well, when we come to an interlude here, I have something for you as far as the paranormal or the ghosts. In the
okay,
Bible.
cool.
Okay, this is Old Testament, so we're going way back. Deuteronomy. Okay, it's Deuteronomy 18, and I'm going to start with 9. It says, when you enter into the land your God is giving you, do not learn to imitate the detestable ways of the nations there. So he's describing what he's getting ready to talk about as detestable. Let no one be found among you who sacrifices his son or daughter in the fire, who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, or casts spells, or who is a medium or spiritist, or who consults the dead. So, kinda. It
Yeah,
says
that was Deuteronomy.
Anyone who does these things is detestable to the Lord, and because of these detestable practices, the Lord your God will drive out those nations before you. You must be blameless before the Lord your God.
Interesting.
And if you
There's
read
more places.
right, if you read history, that's when northern Judea was going down south to hook up with the other. I forget
The pagan nations.
No, it's not pagans. It's another tribe of. There was Judea and there was the other group down
Canaanites.
south. No, that's the wrong one. That's a pagan group. It's another Jewish group, and when they combine, they form Israel. It's the Judea, and I forgot the name of it. This is what happens when Uncle Alan gets old and trying to remember from 3 different Bibles. But they were trying to go, and the Canaanites were, like he said, did all that, so they had to go away.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
That's why you had the judges. Maccabees and the judges. They weren't kidding around.
My husband just said, yeah, his mom is right now obsessed with unicorns in the Bible. And explain that one to me, because I have no idea. It's something about the Bible said unicorns are real. And like now she passes out like little unicorn pens. I'm like super confused by that.
That goes back to the book of Noah. I'm not going into that.
I was like, what?
That's one of my juvenile Bible school problems, and they keep saying, "What happened to the dodo? People ate it. What happened to the unicorn? It missed the boat." And it's like
It missed the boat.
I
Oh
had to
my
listen
God.
to all the crazy questions from the kids. Why aren't there dinosaurs? They missed the boat. And why aren't there T-Rex? He should took over the. It's not a science fiction movie from Spielberg. They didn't have the. I try to explain things, and when you have like kids in that certain age group and they're looking at it, well, then Noah saved all the animals. And oh, my favorite one, were the animals gay? No, they missed the boat. They drive me nuts because they're cute and they're innocent and they watch too much TV.
Yeah, but they have genuine questions. You know
Yeah,
what
they
I mean?
do.
Like,
It's like, if Jesus came back, why didn't he use an Uzi and got rid of his problem? I said, no, Jesus gave his life for all mankind. He's not coming back like the tournament. I'll be back, and start spraying with the Uzi. He's not that kind of person. He heals people. And I'm trying to explain that. And they say, nah, he should be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Come back.
Well, that's going to be Armageddon.
True. You don't want to tell people that yet.
No. Nope.
well, thank you for clearing that up because I was just curious about it. And so yeah, I follow spiritualism, but it's been a while since I've been to my church and stuff like that. So I was just curious about.
Right. The trouble with spiritualists, it came about in the 1870s after not World War, the Civil War,
Mhm.
because they were mixing Christianity and spirits, and I had like Deuteronomy on unclean and activity. It was big business back then. They were hustling people and they were doing tricks because it's a darkened room, it's candle lit, and they usually have some. Here, try this special incense, marijuana, and you'll see you're dead. And what it is, basically, it's the guy in the next room behind the curtains comes out with phosphorescent material on, I am your loved one. But he's not black. But they had some boo-boos in the spiritual world, or they play musical instruments and they say, I can still see the hand holding out from the curtain. But they got better, and Harry Houdini was really pissed because he was Jewish and his mother was Jewish, and they had some spiritualists says, your mother's in heaven. Oh, that's good. And he said, here's the sign from your mother. And they drew a sign of the cross. They didn't know Harry Houdini was Jewish.
Yeah.
And it really, he went nuts. And he went after all spiritualists.
Yeah, and he called them a hoax. Like,
oh, yeah,
he did publicly. Yeah.
He was, because his best friend was also hooked. And I'll tell you the name of his best friend, the guy who wrote Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
He was a big believer in the spiritualist Christianity part. And he got mad too. So both of them went after all these fakers who were at that time reaping money from World War I and Spanish American Wars. They say, yes, we will contact your dad. I have a spirit phone.
Fine.
Yeah. He did. He discredited the Sisters of Lilydale.
Are you okay, Viper?
And stuff like that. So
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just my headphones keep beeping because they're warning me that the battery's starting to go down.
Sorry, Viper.
But they beep they beep a long time. Like it's not like beep beep and then it dies 10 minutes later. It beeps for it's been beeping for days.
That shouldn't be on.
And I ignore it. But the problem is when it shuts off, it shuts off, and I'm just tired of hearing this beeping. So I'm like, fine, plug it in.
I think they made a movie about this on Houdini's life.
Mm.
And I had the guy from Starsky and Hutch played him.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because they had Sally. Who was it?
Sally Fields.
No, not Sally Fields.
Sally Fields.
The blonde girl from
Hey, Karen, thanks for coming in.
No,
honey.
the blonde girl from All in the Family played his wife.
It's hottest.
And he told you to come back on Halloween.
My husband knows the Bible very well. In fact, he was raised Nazarene. And so he was just talking about the areas of the Bible that mention unicorns. and he just
Yeah.
posted it in the chat.
Unicorns are 100% in the Bible. They are.
That's just so. That's unbelievably kind of cool. Like,
Right, but it interspace each other, and I can't remember. Never have a stroke, forget things. Bigfoot Prepper, that's Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy.
Right, and shoot, I
Ugh.
can't see Dustin's answer. It moved up too fast. Again.
oh, he said Deuteronomy 33:17, Psalms 22:31, and Psalms 92:10 all mention unicorns. He said he
Right.
believes. He's not sure.
Right, and then by the time of Noah and they missed the boat, we don't hear anything about unicorns, but the other things we do, because in the New Testament, oh God, I'm getting too old for this. It mentions all the evil spirits and witchcraft and all the other things and desire and bad habits, you know. And I keep telling people, you got to read both Bibles because that'll give you a headache. Trust me. Because I read the Quran and you want to see something whacked out is the Quran. It got part of the Old Testament, okay, and then it veers off after Abraham and I forgot his other son. They went to two divisions. So you got two visions of the Old Testament. One's Arabic and one's more Christian. And it's like, wait, they're from the same basis, but they won't say Jewish. Isn't that crazy? But your Quran is the same thing as the other. Well, back then, God didn't tell between Hebrew and Israeli or Arabic. They're all God's children. And they went apart, and it's like a big bad in-law fight. All three
I
of
think Viper has some demons.
Me? No, yeah, I do actually have. I do have demons. Hang on, look, I do have demons. I have
because
this
they're
guy.
all
Hang on. I got this guy.
That's
Thank
a
you all for
Pokemon.
coming in the chat. I appreciate you.
that's a
Hashtag Al
Pokemon.
don't quit.
I've got this guy.
That's from a cereal box.
This definitely is not. This I had. This
I
was
totally missed that, by the way. When
Right,
you would
right.
get cereal and there used to be something in the box.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Totally missed
Whatever
that.
happened to toys and cereal boxes? That's
Choking
so
hazard.
true.
Little
Yeah,
kid
because
chokes on-
you choke on the big toy, but you can't choke on the small cereal.
But I'm sorry, but whenever I got cereal and there was a toy in there, it was in a bag.
Yeah, and I
It
never
wasn't like just
ate it.
floating around in there. They put in a bag in there, you know?
Yeah, and I never ate it, and I think that the parents made sure their kids didn't eat it.
Yeah. Well, you know, Tide Pods happen and stuff too.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So
Yeah, one of my coworkers made all by hand. It was supposed to be a necklace, but I don't use it. And what I used to have it when I used to live with my parents, I tied a little fishing string, like a fishing line, because it's like clear and you can still see it somewhat. But I used to hang it from my ceiling fan, like about a foot or so it looked like it was coming down. It's pretty cool.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Right.
I like it.
I forget. Homesteader Wolf, is he in the southern hemisphere or northern?
I can't remember. Where are
he
you
said-
at, Homesteader Wolf?
He said he's turning on it's like 48 outside.
Oh, no, Wisconsin. Duh. He just said that because we were talking about beer and cheese.
Right, because that's part of the Arctic blast that's coming through one section. The other section is heat wave, and in the
Mhm.
middle, probably tornadoes.
We're getting a heat wave. Big time.
Yeah, we're all sweating.
But it's okay. I like the heat. I can take it. No AC. We got this.
Courtney, did you get the storms earlier today?
Yeah, we did. It wasn't that bad. Like there was a hint of thunder and lightning and it disappeared. And then we just had this wonderful misty rain for half the afternoon. And my husband and I worked outside in the garden. It was so great because we've been so hot here, you know?
It hasn't rained upstate New York. It hadn't rained in weeks. It was
Yeah.
good. We had some really strong winds come through though.
Yeah, somebody was saying that they had some strong winds in a county over. It was like 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, we had some
But we
pretty-
didn't get that.
Yeah, free firewood.
Yeah, my mom said apparently there were, I must have, I don't know. My husband said that we had a little bit of strong wind and knocked down some trees in my mom's backyard. But honestly, I didn't think that it was all that bad. I think the trees were just ready to tip over.
I've been here long enough.
Yeah, burnt.
Oh, I
on
do
that
just
thought, I'm gonna make like a tree and leave.
But
Okay.
Like I could have used my other one, which my wife literally hates, and that's when I say I'll make like a baby and head out.
oh my
That's a
god,
good one.
that's so good.
It's
Well,
been
thank
good.
you for joining us. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me up here, Uncle Al. That was awesome conversation, brother.
no
Problem.
problem.
Good seeing you.
I hope
Same
you
here.
find some hair in your future hunts. Another trick is look in the stream. If you see something floating that doesn't look right, it's either a homeless person took a dump or it's Bigfoot. More
You gotta
likely
take
a
your
homeless
chances.
person.
You got to take your chance. Well, there's not many homeless persons in the Adirondacks. I don't
Let's hope not.
I did a video on that. There's a lot of crazy people they keep finding out there living in a tent. Yeah, I poo in the stream every morning. And down the stream, we're Boy Scouts. We're testing this water right now. It kind of tastes brown and chunky. It's a bad Boy Scout joke. Sorry about that.
Well, Bigfoot Prepper, you're always welcome in my chat. Anytime you want to come in, you know, and if you want to come up, just let me know. I'll let you up, and you're always welcome. So
I appreciate
thank you
that.
so much for being here.
All right, you guys have a great night.
You too.
You two have a nice one.
Hey, Darren, thank you for coming in. I saw Vidra come in too. Thank you so much.
Hey, Darren. That's
I'll share the StreamYard, our StreamYard. I have StreamYard on the brain because I tried to use it earlier.
Love on the brain.
I'll share the link. It's in the link. So if y'all want to come up, you can.
I want to hear that song now that you said that.
Thanks so much.
Oh, I was doing research on 1800 sandwiches. It's scary what we used to eat in the old days.
Yeah, everything like, okay, I was reading, I'm not really reading up. I think I was watching a documentary about King Henry VIII because I was really into him after the Tudors came out. Like I was like, did a lot of research, and of all the things that he ate, and it was like disgusting. Like everything was sweet meat pies, you know, all this stuff. And they said that because of all the things that he ate, he was a diabetic because they didn't know any better, you know, and he ate like all these sweet meat pies and all this crap, you know, and yeah. And then he had like this open sore on his leg that never
That's
healed.
called gout.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they salted everything too, horribly.
Right. But Courtney, Henry VIII, before he went got addicted to honey and sugar, he was a stud. That's why they call him Henry VIII. And you know, I'm a stud. I do.
Do you think that's why he had so many wives too? That he was kind of, to me, it seemed as if he was like super egotistical.
Yeah,
like
and also
I am King Henry. Like I can have any woman I want, and
Right.
so it.
And the girls knowing his royaltiness.
Yeah,
Well,
they still
why
fell
not?
for him, even though his previous wives. I mean, the only wives that didn't get killed, I think, was Catherine and Jane Seymour.
Right.
Right.
One of them gave birth to Queen Mary, not Queen Mary Scots. That's her cousin.
That's Catherine, the first one.
Right.
She was Bloody Mary.
Right.
Right.
Gave birth to Mary of England after her father, King Henry VIII, died. You know, kind of bald-headed like that.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, the Tudors were at the time when Columbus came to America and sent Spain saying, I know how to get rid of Henry. Give him sugar and cocoa.
Yeah.
And he went nuts.
Darren, that's not true because Anne Boleyn, she had a choice. She went after him on purpose because she thought she was going to get, all this fame and stuff out of it. She did go after him. And then that's what caused the divorce. That's why he wanted divorce in the church, is because he was going after her and wanted a divorce from Catherine. But the church wouldn't allow it. And so then that's when it split off.
Right. You have the Church of England, which he was the head of, because he had a big head, and he didn't have that kind of disease. He had the other kind, diabetes, gout, overweight, because he was a skinny dude in his young day. He was a stud, hey, I'm Henry VIII. And there's a lot of illegitimate children from him that all claimed the crown. But no, he had sex with that lady and this lady.
It makes you wonder if he still has people today that are related to him because of that reason.
Yes. And then there's
I'm sure. I mean,
but not legally. They can't say legally they're part of the lineage, because his mother was a hog swine herder or something, and Henry jumped off the horse and joined her with the pigs. It looks bad on your, King Henry had sex with, and here's his son. Oh no, that's a pig. And here's his son. They
were saying for the longest time, speaking of legitimate children, they were talking about for the longest time that Queen Elizabeth's sister had a son. And for the longest time, she lived in Africa. And they were saying, that she has a son. And I was really kind of curious about that as well, because that they tried to cover it up and and all of that.
Yeah, I know that one. It's like, there's a dark lineage with the British family.
Yeah, you're right there. Most were political marriages. There was one, let's see, I think he tried to marry this woman from Germany. I cannot remember her name right now, but he tried to marry this woman from Germany and they did not click. And I was kind of surprised that he didn't take her head. Right. I was really surprised, but instead they saw eye to eye. They were more like a brother and sister kind of deal. And so he just bought her a house and said, here, you can go and live there. I was just surprised that he did that for somebody.
Right. Carol, we're talking about royalty and lineages.
Hey, Carol. This is like my favorite topic. I love talking about King Henry VIII. I love talking about royalty. I could probably talk about it all night long because it's like one of my favorite subjects.
Now, hemophiliac started in Germany because King Henry's cousin married King Henry's aunt, which married King Henry's nephew, which married to King Henry's cousin.
Hey, Carol.
You keep losing track because in France they spell Henry with a I instead of a Y in England. So after you bounce around a little bit and through Austro-Hungary, God, I hated it, or the duchies of Germany, it gets really confusing. So he's marrying his aunt, sister's
Henry
cousin's mother, father's brother. Wait, that's gay. No. He's marrying the daughter of the brother, and that's fine. But there were certain, but they're gay. But it's all right. The prince dressed up as a woman. They make a fine couple, but they adopted kids from other relatives. The
hemophilia, what side did it come from? Because
German.
Nicholas's son, who was brothers to the king in England, Nicholas's son had the hemophilia.
Right,
so
because Alexandria,
Prince Philip, or not Prince Philip. I'm sorry. What's his name? Not
George.
Prince Philip.
Charles.
Queen Elizabeth's father. Did it come from that side of the family? Because
it
Nicholas
came from on Victoria's family. It didn't come from the father. Father was new stock. Victoria's family is old stock from Germany, and Nicholas' family is from Germany. Okay. Nicholas I, not Russian, German. And he modernized Russia, and everybody's trying to assassinate because they call him the German, not Kaiser, the German Tsar, because it made everybody shave and wore normal clothing and not clogs. And why can't we use bow and
And in
arrows?
fact, it was a huge deal back then. Like,
Oh yeah,
it was really upsetting for people to shave their beards. Like, they
yeah. They
were
used to have
mad.
beards down to here. They looked like Rasputin, and they wore wooden shoes.
Rasputin.
Yeah, they wore wooden shoes because earlier Kathleen the Great says this is better than leather. What is it? Wooden shoes. Because
Knock, 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 knock.
a lot of Catherine's dealing was with the Dutch.
What are those
And
shoes called? Those wooden
Fogs.
shoes? Moccasins.
Oh yeah, moccasins are nice, but she dealt with the Dutch a lot, and a lot of her descendants were Dutch based. But you see, with Alexandria was the granddaughter of Queen Elizabeth, who was married to her father. Let's see, her mother married to a German prince, so she became she carried the double two recessive genes of the hemophiliac in her bloodline. Then Nicholas's father is German, and his father was British. That came from, he went to Germany and then went to Russia. At that time, Russia wasn't very big. It was like, oh yeah, Russia, the backwoods state. Yeah. Now they got pants. That's even better. They weren't wearing pants. They're wearing Cossacks. Ever seen a black robe monk?
No.
Okay, that's what they wore.
Interesting.
I can't remember. We had them in Japan. It drove us nuts. These monks always wore long skirt-like, not cloaks. I can't remember what. They're not. I think they're Franciscans. They're not Franciscans. They're the other order. Anybody here is Catholic? Can remember for me? The black robes.
I don't know.
Yeah, they were like the spies of the Catholic Church. And I think Jerry Brown used to wear it when he was in seminary school. But that's another whole different story, and that tends to drive everybody nuts. But they used to wear that. They didn't wear pants or underwear because it's a lot easier to go use the outhouse.
Yeah.
Also, it's cold out there.
But
it's
yeah,
sub-zero. I'm not going to get frozen.
It was really, I think the saddest part about that
Darren
hemophilia.
got it. It's Jesuits.
Oh, Jesuits. Yeah.
Yeah, the black robe guys. They carry guns.
We have a huge Catholic college here, and they're actually called the Jesuits.
All right. Yeah, and they're the nuts who wear the hair shirts. No pants, but hair shirts. Okay,
But yeah. So I felt bad for that time period because they had no idea what the hemophilia really was, and they didn't know how to fix it. And so Nicholas's son, this Caesar Nicholas from Russia, his son had suffered from it horribly, and they wouldn't even allow him to get up out of bed. That was horrible.
And the only one who gave quack cures and kind of cure him was Rasputin.
Mm-hmm.
Because Rasputin gave him not a diet of the royals, but he gave him what he ate. Goat cheese, goat milk, fresh vegetables, none of the sugary stuff. And then Caesar Nicholas, got better until his execution during the Russian Revolution. Okay, you're healthy enough, get against the wall. They shot the whole family.
I watched. I love the Alexandra. Like, I love that whole time period, and I don't know why, but I love like everything about Russia during that time period, and I've read up about it and stuff like that, and it was really, really sad. I feel bad. I think Nicholas was like he was just trapped.
Yeah, because he wasn't like his father. His father, Nicholas First, if he didn't like you, he shoot you.
Right.
He had pistols and rifle, and he fought the Turks. He was a man's man. He didn't screw around. And, his country was Russia, European Russia, not past the Urals, because past the Urals was considered, okay, we're hillbillies out here. Santa Bar. you know,
Yeah.
and Cossacks and stuff like that. But he was more European. He was German. That's why they call him the German Tsar, because he put his foot down. If you had a beard, it's supposed to be trim like a fine German gentleman. And he always carried a gun because he was 15 assassination attempts on him.
Yeah.
And he
Well, they
shot
didn't
him.
like Nicholas's wife because she was German.
Right. German British, because
Hmm.
she was the granddaughter of Elizabeth. So they had the British on their side. They had Germany, and they had Russia. So if anybody picked a fight, I mean a real fight with Russia, like the Turks, but Germany and his cousin Willie, well, I'll sell guns to both sides. I'll sell it to the Russians. And what do you mean the Americans sold already to the Russians? Because the Americans say, yes, stupid Russians, here you go. And they started a whole trade with Russia. And it goes back, oh God, John Paul Jones, because Catherine was like, yeah, I like semen. A lot of semen. It's a bad John Paul Jones joke.
A good thing you caught yourself there.
Yeah, I know. Because a lot of people don't understand. John Paul was an American admiral that went to Russia to help out the Russian Navy. But also, he was the lover of Catherine the Great until his wife found out. Then John Paul Jones came back to America because his wife dragged him home. That belongs to me.
Yeah. Did you? Okay. During the time of Nicholas,
Which one or two?
Caesar Nicholas, the Alexandra, Princess Alexandra, like that whole scandal. Now, this is the part that I thought was extremely sad, right? Is that was his cousin, like the king's cousin, right? First cousin. And he knew what was going on in Russia at the time. And he could have had the opportunity to save them and take them in, but he didn't. And the entire family died. Like how could you live with yourself?
Well, you see, Willie was a boyhood pal of Nicholas, but Willie's supposed to marry Alexandra. He was supposed to be formally wed to Alexandra to seal the German British part. But Alexandra didn't like Willie because Willie had a deformed arm, and Nicholas II had all his arms. We're not talking about what was deformed, and he cut off his arm after that. That's why you all walk around with only. He has a wooden arm. That's why the Luger was so popular, because he couldn't use it on his other hand because it's wood. He had his arm cut off because Alexandra says, I'm not going to marry you. Your hands look like, because his real arm was like, ee. So he had it cut off, surgically removed and replaced with a wooden one. And you didn't say that because he'll shoot you with a Luger or a broom handle Mauser, because it was really sensitive about that. And when he does hunts, he doesn't use a bolt action. He either uses a Luger or he uses a Mauser. Or he has somebody shoot his shotguns for him. But you never see him in hunting photos using any other kind of weapon because he cut off his arm. Because Alexandria married his cousin Nicholas, because he could have got Nicholas's family out of Russia on his train, because at time Germany and the revolutionaries made peace. He could have had them into Germany saved, or even to Switzerland, because, but during that time, 3 households fell. Can you tell which ones?
I don't
Russia
know.
was one.
Russia.
Germany was the second one. And which one's the third and longest one and most?
What's
It
the question?
wasn't England, was it? They didn't
No.
fall.
What's the question?
Which houses fell?
3
Russia,
houses.
Germany,
right?
and
Started the war, got shot. Old guy. Ferdinand.
Oh, so
Habsburg.
I'm so confused.
Okay. Austrian-Hungary is a household.
Okay.
So when they got butchered, it screwed up the lineages of all the households because the Habsburg had three failures. They lost the original king in Mexico. Remember, Viva May 5th, shoot them. He got killed by the angry revolutionaries there, and then
Like
his
my strong hand. Sorry, I'm
Right.
reading. I'm reading Courtney's husband's comment.
right. Yeah, he did use his good hand. He trained it so he could choke people with that hand.
Wow.
But you got to understand, folks, the Habsburg dynasty ended with Ferdinand. There were no others because Maximilian was one of the Habsburgs. He died. He got shot in Mexico, executed. The other two died stillborn. One died from what you call hemophiliac. I could be king of Austria-Hungary. Nope, you're dead.
Now, to this day, Queen Elizabeth claims that she doesn't have hemophilia.
No, because her side of the family is not the German related one. They're Greek,
Yeah, because Prince Philip was Greek.
right? And the Greeks, that's a different circle. And then also her descendants came from cousin Mary, the one that Mary, Queen of Scots, chop off their heads.
Bloody Mary.
Right. Her husband is one of the descendants of Mary, chopped their head off and got hooked up. But Albert was a consort. He wasn't a king, consort. So he could breed with Elizabeth. And he did not carry the hemophilic gene. Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria had the recessive gene from the Georges. So it gets confusing after a while.
Yeah, it does. I tried to look at their family tree just so I could understand it, and it's insane.
Right. You want to see something nuts? Go see Chinese emperors.
Oh God, I would never be able to.
Or the Japanese court, because on my bloodline.
Yeah, because Genghis Khan and all that, the era of Genghis Khan, that man had 20 wives. The guy had so I mean, and
also he had groupies too. And the trouble with that, when Genghis Khan, the original one, died, he had a night of partying, and they estimated 40 women was impregnated before he passed away. That's the record, folks. 40 women in one night drinking all that wine and
that's
eating
insane.
Barbecue and having a good old time because
Hey, Chris is Clevercraft, and hey, Bob, thanks for coming in.
Hey, Bob, Christmas Calf. They had, he was a genius. He put a yurt on a wagon. He made the first mobile home. Also, first cat house, too, because all his wives rode into the yurt. And he said, yeah, I'm going into battle. First, I'll have some fun. Then I'll kill everybody else and take their wives and daughters. That was his rule.
Yeah. That's insane.
Your daughter is now my daughter, and she will have my sons. And so was your wife. And so was your cousin and your mother. I'm like, oh, God. He wasn't kidding. This one town insulted Genghis Khan. He graciously told him what was going on. And they sent his envoys back in a basket. They chopped all their heads. So he said, fine. So he went into this little city, and all was left was the minaret tower, call for prayers tower. That was left. Everything around it for 100 miles, salted, killed, destroyed. And people said, that's weird. It's a plain. Why is there a hill? No, that's a skull mountain. He put everybody's skull on top of each other until that whole area was decimated. It's still out there today. Yeah, this mountain was made from human skulls.
That's nuts.
No, he was nuts, but he was a great tactician. He didn't screw around. And he got too old, too much wine, too much women, too much barbecue. Because every time he traveled, his home was with him. Because he put a yurt on top of a wagon. That always cracked me up. First mobile home.
Oh, you're back.
I don't know what the heck happened with my Damn internet.
It's the aliens.
It's okay. It's all good. Yeah, you're right, Bob. The Euro Royals during
Bob.
the time of World War One, they were all fighting each other. You're right about that, and they think that during that time too, that the royal family, the England royal family had taught, like they backed Hitler, and that was another reason why they didn't want to help Nicholas during the takeover, because they had other things going on and they thought it would be bad for them politically, and here the whole family gets decimated.
Right. But
Sad.
But Britain was at the time allied with France, and France didn't like the Russian royals, so it was a choice: back the French or start a whole new war fighting the revolutionaries, which France was backing to maintain a peace so it wouldn't happen on the Western Front. And the French didn't like the Russians. They accepted them, but they didn't like them, the royal family, because they're revolutionaries, and Nicholas I kind of sent a lot of Russians to Paris. I don't like you. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they all fled. The white Russians, they all fled to Paris. So you have three factions after Nicholas II's death, because Nicholas was a very weak ruler. He wasn't like
Yeah.
his father. His father, like, what are you doing? I'm thinking about starting a government. No. Why? I'm your ruler. Shut up.
Exactly. They
Right.
didn't want that at all. They wanted him to just rule and shut up. And they didn't want that at all. Garden State Gardener, thank you. This is my favorite time period in history. I just absolutely love the Caesars and Rasputin and the royals of England and stuff at this time. It's a fascinating time in history, and it always gets me about the Princess Alexandra and the stories that you hear, and like even afterwards, after they got killed, the stories of her disappearance, and like, was she really alive?
That's not Alexandria. That's Anastasia.
Anastasia. I apologize. I said Alexandra. I meant Anastasia.
Right. Alexandra's Anastasia's mother.
Yes.
And what happened was that was another screw up too, because the Japanese were kicked out when they won the Russian Japanese War, Russo Japan War. They were promised that the future emperor will marry Anastasia, and in return, they will protect the far east of Siberia. But things went through, and nasty notes went to the households of both royal family. Could you imagine if Japan
Hey,
all
Bob.
of a sudden we're now related to the Russian royal family? Could you imagine Japanese screaming, chasing Bolsheviks like, you're going to die samurai style? It'd be a whole weird thing.
Yeah.
And Anastasia would be alive as Empress of Japan.
Now, do you think after all that happened, somehow, some way, she could have survived that?
No, because what I read a report from the Red Guard. They shot him, came by, shot each of them in the head with a pistol, and then the soldiers, each one of them stabbed them with the bayonet.
Yeah.
I don't think they would survive, right, Bob?
But there was stories of her escaping before she even got to that part.
It wasn't like the Attack of the Clones. I have a double. No, she didn't.
I think Bob got a haircut.
Yep, he did. You look good, Bob.
No, I just got out of the shower.
He shaved
got out of the shower.
Cleaned up real good.
I need a haircut. I'm a mess.
But like I said, Anastasia is dead because they did a DNA sample of the bodies. They confirmed Caesar, her older sister, I can't pronounce her name, and then Anastasia and the little girl one. They're all dead. They've been bayoneted, shot in the head, rifle shotted, butted. You know, they beat the
It's
hell
just been recently that Putin actually put a monument out for them saying that,
Should
hey,
be.
they died. It's just been recently
Really?
that he did that because
Right.
there for a while, their bodies
Mhm.
and everything weren't found. Like there was
they were
nothing.
put in a pit.
And so just recently, Putin actually put a monument up for them, which I was really surprised because he doesn't strike me as a monument kind of person.
Right.
Like, hey, Southern Ohio Prepper, thanks for coming in.
Right. Hi,
Yum
Dave.
yum.
But yeah,
the
so
big-
that
Yeah, I
just
think-
surprised me.
Go
I
ahead.
think the whole thing about her being alive was a good way for someone to write books and make some money.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the handmaiden of Anastasia posing as Anastasia. That was a big scandal in the 50s because once they tested her blood in the 70s, she's Ukrainian. She's not
Yeah.
Russian or German Russian or
Yeah.
it's like it's crazy because by that time in the 70s they had DNA tests. No, the lady's from Ukraine. And I got to tell a lot of people, when the revolution happened, the Red Revolution, there was a three-way prong fight. You had Trotsky, you had Lenin, and you had the guy who did all the dirty work, Stalin. And guess who won?
Stalin.
Yeah, because Trotsky was the thinker, Stalin was the statesman. Yeah, I look great on statues. And Stalin says, "Here, Stalin, here's a mop and bucket, clean out the toilets." So after a while, Stalin got tired. It's time to get rid of Trotsky. And you know what happened to Trotsky in Mexico City? Here's regard from Joseph Stalin. The ice picked him in the head. And then Lenin says, "You're my friend." Yeah. And then a bomb got him. And then who's left? I'm Joseph Stalin, total leader of all Russia. And that guy was a
Man of
gangster.
Steel.
Yeah, steal. And also
He was a
he
killer.
robbed banks. Yeah, he robbed banks for the revolutionary. He robbed French banks because there's warrants for
Night,
Joseph
Ginger Ninja,
Stalin.
thanks for coming in.
There's a warrant for his arrest in France. There's a warrant for his arrest in Belgium. And all the little states going to Russia, he robbed banks so he could fund. You know, Lenin didn't do that. Trotsky was teaching school. We're legal people. We don't rob banks or shoot people. See, we're statesmen like Lenin. We give speeches and stuff. And
You're
here-
right. Q Kitchen and Beyond is right about France because we didn't know specifically. But yes, I do remember that France was, during all this time, they were fighting a revolution and they were trying to do something. You know?
Right,
Do
Dude,
something.
Yeah.
right.
So,
But the trouble with France was France had its golden period because up to, I forget which, the Sun King, France took care of its poor people. If you didn't like France, you go to America. Here's your free ticket to Canada. Quebec. If you've seen Quebec, that's like little France.
yeah.
So you get sent out there. If you stayed in France, you get bread and you get beer and you get bacon. The three principles of France: beer, bacon, and bread. So by the time of I forget, Louis the 14th.
Yeah, you're right.
14th. They were saying, "Where's the bread?" But Marie Antoinette wasn't French. She was part of the Habsburg family.
Yeah, she was Austrian.
Were they really like blind to everything? Was she just dumb?
Yeah. She was like,
they had no clue.
Yeah.
She just like lived in the house and I mean, this is just an expression. She just ate cake all the time and just was dumb. That's kind of the impression I got.
Another thing for Marie Antoinette, because they couldn't get rid of her in Austria in marriage because she had how can I say it? Bob, what's the correct way to say hooker in Tally Tonga? Because she was really a bad girl in Austria-Hungary because she wasn't a dainty princess. She was like okay, bub, that's $200 a night. She made her
Mhm.
fortune by humping all the royals in
She
Austria.
moved up
And
in status.
yeah, she humped everybody. And then they finally, that's enough. You're going to France.
Hey, Warren Lewis in the house. What's up, dude? What's going
Yeah,
on?
and then you know what happened to that.
Yeah.
You say everybody's name like, oh, hey Viper, hey Uncle Al, hey this and this, but Warren Lewis always has ... in the house.
Well, yeah.
In the house.
Doc P says, girl gotta get paid.
Yeah, because she was paid a lot because she was like a royal courtesan. They said that she also blew the French house, the Spanish house, the Portuguese house, all the houses in Italy. That
What do
was
they call
hilarious.
those people? Debutantes?
No, courtesans.
Courtesans. Yes. That was really big in Italy.
Cortisone?
Yeah,
Cortisone.
that came later with the
Hey,
rashes and
Bushcraft, thanks for
swords.
coming in.
Mhm.
This is so interesting. Like, I love
Right,
this.
but
Perfect
when-
conversation.
why the reason why Louis married the 14th, married Marie Antoinette was her dowry, because the Habsburgs and the royal families of both houses, they got sick of her and say, "Here's all the money. Here you go, France." And you know what Louis did? Wahoo! I hit the lotto and only have to have 3 children with this skank.
Good night,
Which
Chris's
he did.
Clevercraft. Just thank you for coming in. And if we're still on, come and join us. This is a great conversation.
Right. And so after they got executed, their kids escaped to Spain. That's why Napoleon attacked Spain later on, because he was hunting down those kids. And what happened was the King of Spain went to his cousin, King of Portugal. King of Portugal took those kids and him and went to Brazil. After the Napoleonic War and they came back to Portugal, he gave Brazil their freedom. He said, "You saved us in the nick of time, Brazil. You are a free nation with the blessing of the House of Portugal." Because a lot of people don't read that far in history.
Mm-mm.
I
It's
think
very
our-
interesting, though. Like, okay. What time? It's really, the Napoleon thing is weird to me, because you always talk about Napoleon like it was so long ago. But the dude like lived in this time, like he lived in this time period, it seems. Like, when did he stop ruling? Like it was like was it in the 1800s?
1820s when they
Yeah,
poisoned him.
1820s. So Napoleon, he
Yeah.
was not that far off. I always think of it being,
Then-
1500s or something,
Go ahead,
The
Bob.
thing
ahead,
that
Bob.
broke Napoleon's back was when he attacked Russia. That destroyed him. Then he was banished onto the island of, I can't remember the name of the island, and he came back, and that's when he was defeated by the British, Belgians, and the Germans at the Battle of Waterloo. And then later on, he was poisoned. But his son,
Napoleon
he was in
II.
charge of. Yeah, he was the one who came. Was it his son? Which were deposed. Just because Mexico fought like hell, because they had been ruled by the Spanish royals, and they didn't want any more royalties, no more royals, and the Mexicans whooped.
Oh, did I make Bob freeze?
No, I don't
No,
think
it's a
so.
Disney monument. It's Disneyland.
What
What
happened?
Bob is saying, Napoleon II wasn't a fool. So he said,
They invaded Mexico.
Out of nowhere.
yeah, they invaded Mexico from Veracruz, French Foreign Legion. But Napoleon II was smart. He didn't go to Mexico. He sent
I'll be
his
right back.
cousin, Maximilian, one of the Habsburg kids, and say, "Hey, Maximilian, can you do me a favor?
Mhm.
Rule over these peaceful Mexicans." Boy, was that a big mistake.
Oh,
They shot that poor guy. The guy didn't know what was going on. Napoleon II was a very smart player. He sold arms to the Confederacy. He made he followed his father's rule, made the Napoleon rules into France. You got the French Foreign Legions, the Zouaves. He toned everybody up. And then his son took over, Napoleon III. And
Now,
they
I
had
got a question about this. Okay,
What?
everybody says Napoleon syndrome. It's little man syndrome, whatever.
Napoleon
But
complex.
Napoleon wasn't
Short
a
guy.
little man.
There you go.
He
So
was
why
short.
do they say that?
Well, like Bob says, he was a short man. He was only
was short.
5'1".
See,
I
Oh,
got
I
it.
didn't think he was.
Yeah,
Right,
he was
but-
short.
he was a tiny guy.
Right. Also, there was he was a brave fighter. Napoleon was a brave fighter
What the
and
hell is going
cannoneer. He
on?
was one of
Hi,
France's
Like my
best
food?
artilleryman because he used to work under
He
Louis
looks better on my
XIV.
wife, trust me.
Looks
be-
awesome on you, babe.
Uh, God, that can't stop it. But Napoleon started out as. Go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead, Bob.
Napoleon wasn't even
There.
Napoleon wasn't even French. He wasn't French. He was from the island of Corsica, which was a territory of the French Empire. So
Interesting.
that
Was
it's
that
like
like Greek?
it's like Hitler. Hitler was not German.
I was just
he
gonna say,
Austrian.
yeah.
What was that like Grecian and
Sometimes when
French
these
like getting
foreigners
together?
come into power,
And
No.
if I'm
given a free
correct,
pass to an extent, you know.
and if I'm correct, Hitler had some kind of connection somehow being Jewish. There's something there. I can't say exactly, but there's something there.
Okay, you want to hear the real story? What Jewish connection?
Yeah,
The French
Hitler's-
connection.
No, well, kind of.
that's a store.
That sounds like
That's a store.
That's a
sounds
movie.
like some kind of service that you would call
That's a
No,
movie.
because
French connection.
I think also a catalog for clothes. The French Connection.
no.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Okay, what's
The fail.
Okay, students,
That-
settle down. Uncle
that-
Al's
that-
teaching.
right? Okay, Hitler's dad, his great grandmother was Jewish and black.
What?
Yes.
So you don't find out
Yeah.
that until later in DNA because they
Mhm.
found African roots and Jewish roots. His
Yeah.
mother came from Palestine and North
Okay.
Africa. Great grandmother did. His father was total German.
What I'm saying.
And
Yeah,
then,
so they always
Wow.
said that Hitler's mother was Jewish,
no, grandmother.
grandmother,
So his
and that would have
grandmother.
passed on to him as far as
Pretty much.
yeah.
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 In a way, 50% of it.
So the
Boy.
guy is a complete freaking Nimrod,
But
No,
was
he's
it?
a fraud. He was
a
never.
fraud as well, but he's an idiot.
He was a total Aryan. If he had a chance, he could say,
I just
"No, we're not going to attack the Jews. Jews are our brother. Let's conquer the world." And he would have done it too.
Yeah, he could have
Yeah,
succeeded if
he-
he did that.
he was that close. We would all be speaking German, and a lot of us wouldn't be here today, to be honest. Like,
Right.
And he would have
You
if
know-
he used his Jewish brothers and sisters over there. He would have. He would have conquered.
I just,
the
you
world.
know, this is a rough subject talking about Hitler and all that.
Yeah,
I
but I
love.
like what Uncle
Me,
said.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I love World War II stuff, and I don't know. I'm just huge on learning history and all that. But anyway, I don't want to say where credit is due on his part, but you got to think about it. One guy, like, you know,
Well, he-
as crazy
he
as he
struggled.
was, as crazy as he
struggled.
was, yeah, no, he did from the previous war and all that. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, as crazy as he was and the things he did and the things he supported that was being done, all that stuff. One guy rose to power and tried to conquer the world. I mean, think about that for a second and think
And-
about how hard that would be to do today. Like,
And people followed him blindly.
and
too.
people, yes, and people were like, "Oh,
and people do that today as well.
Yeah, I was going
Well,
to say it's not that much
that's-
different
yeah.
than today.
Not that
except
unusual.
except except that he said, "Hey, I'll do this if you vote for me," and people voted for him, and then he turned on them.
Right.
But that's a different thing. The
He
guy,
did. People believed
No, it's
him.
not that
Yeah.
different.
People believed in him because
No, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying,
Really?
no. But what I'm saying is he turned on them and killed them.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like he didn't just like, oh, lie. Well, I'm not gonna get into politics
Well,
on that.
no, he killed the ones that were closest to him, like from the beginning. The ones
Yeah.
who set out in
Yeah.
the beginning and supported him, he brought in the next Reich, and they all annihilated them, and he made sure everybody was for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter, you were dead.
once you're in power, you don't need the revolutionaries anymore.
Yep,
Right.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
And that's
And
what too. They don't see that in America. That's what's going to happen here too. Like the ones that are
Yeah.
fighting.
Oh,
Or the
no,
other side.
they're going to be
Oh, wait,
saved
don't say
and
that. I'm sorry,
elevated.
Court. We went off.
It's
the
okay.
history
Just
into
don't get
the
too far
modern
into
day.
it.
And
Yeah.
here,
Just keep it clean.
and here's another.
Yeah,
Modern
yeah.
day.
We won't go into politics that much, but back to world history.
Yes.
And here's
Napoleon
another thing is that he was the designer of the Volkswagen Beetle. Well, not a lot of people know that Hitler pretty much made the Beetle. Like he created the Beetle, and
The Volkswagen.
He tweaked it.
and Volks
He tweaked it.
in German, Volkswagen means people wagon,
People.
people carrier.
Yeah.
right, because
Volkswagen, people, wagon.
right, because
Well,
who
He didn't
helped
just
him-
drink something. MB Heritage Farm said he was drinking. He didn't drink something. Towards the end, they were saying that he was injecting himself with methamphetamines.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
big
It's
time.
true.
Well,
That's
because
true.
of a doctor, because of you have to
Yeah.
really do your research on that because there's apparently he was seeking treatment for I forgot what disease he had, but like towards the end, like he would shake a lot. Like I think it was Alzheimer's or something.
They said Parkinson's.
Parkinson's, that's what it
When they
is. Parkinson's. And there's not a lot of footage out there, but for the footage that is out there on YouTube, you can see him like shaking hands, and he's always got his arm behind his
Yeah.
head, and his
Mhm.
hand is always shaking. You can see him at like the Olympics, same thing. He's like, and so he was being treated for that by
His soldiers weren't being treated though, and they were on meth. Their soldiers were given meth. That could have been like a side effect for what they gave him to be a super leader. Who knows?
Yeah, they wanted
There's
to
a
be.
lot of
They
things.
wanted
There's a lot
super
of-
soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what the favorite chocolate bar of Germany at that time? Shaka Cola.
Oh,
You
yeah.
get- and you're like, this is great candy.
But there
I'll
was
eat
coke
some
in
more.
it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Well, that's why
They
it's
do
called that.
so
And-
many things well.
well, it,
Done.
same thing with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah.
People don't realize Coca-Cola is cocaine with cola,
Yeah.
and well, not anymore. Now it's
Not
sugar,
anymore,
but
no.
at the time they infused it with a little bit of cocaine in there. I have a Coca-Cola bottle from 1941 or 42, and it's unopened. It's still sealed, and those at the time they
They're
had
coming for you.
they had cocaine. I actually have a bottle.
Yeah, they still have the Coca-Cola formula is secret, but they use trace non-addictive parts of the coca plant. They
Yeah.
still use it as
Oh.
a flavoring. It's an alkaloid. They don't do the addicted part. Now, the thing with the 1942 product was they were getting it straight from Peru. Yes, secret Coca-Cola ingredient. We must reach America.
All
And
right.
that's why all the Nazi U-boats were
Yeah.
sinking off.
Well,
of the
I used to
Atlantic.
collect bottles from the 1900s, specifically the blue ones. And the blue bottles actually had heroin in them. Advil, Bayer,
Yeah.
the blue bottles, they had heroin in them. And I used to collect them and sell them. I sold them. I had an Etsy store and I used to sell them. And you'd get the a short round bottle with, it said Bayer or something on it. And it had to be blue. Some of them go for like $400. They
Right.
go.
I seen the one for Bears Children Heroin. Is your child cranky at night and making too much noise? Bear heroin. Calms them right down. Yeah.
Calm that right down. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Just have them strung out the next day. That's nice.
But the Shaka Cola was a chocolate candy they gave to everybody in the armed forces of Germany, including Hitler. It had meth, it had cocaine, it had sugar, it had dark chocolate. So if you eat one of those pieces,
It's to keep you alert and going. You have to stay
Right.
like
That's why
like
we had the Russian invasion. Russian Barbarossa. That sounds great. Everybody jump on horses, tanks. Let's kill the Russians.
can you believe sometimes I think about it like can you believe how close that dude was to succeeding? Like how I mean you know,
Yeah.
like he was so close and then he
Okay.
just got
Now,
so
the
power hungry.
conspiracy theory person in me, do you guys think he killed himself? Or do you think he
Yes.
actually went to Brazil? Like you
I
said he did.
okay, you know, here's I think he did. I think he shot himself. But there's a part of me that really hopes he's made it out. Like there's you know, like I don't know why.
Yeah, I get what you
There's a
mean.
part of
but-
me that I would love to find out like this dude's been alive this whole time and no one knew. Like he went to Argentina, nobody knew. He's
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
alive for the past 60 years, nobody knows.
I
you know?
saw that where they went on the property
I
and they
gotta-
were like, "Oh no, you can't be here," and they were like thinking that
So-
maybe it
so
was
here's-
Hitler's family
Right.
that might have owned it.
And here's the
I
thing.
got to
they-
answer Warren's question real quick. Yes, because Alka-Seltzer came in a tube-like bottle because they used to have at drugstores. They had a little bar and you go in to get a phosphate or a soda and stuff. And they will have a tube there that's Alka-Seltzer, the big tablets. And they would have screw it onto a grinder and they'll grind up the tablet and drop it in a paper cup and add some water. And they'll solve your upset stomach. They changed the sizes in the 60s in the long tube with the little light blue top. And they changed that in the 60s to 70s to little packages and smaller bottles. But they used to have the long, big tubes for that.
Yeah.
You have
Oh,
like
neat.
15 or 20 of them. But
Mhm.
they used to go on a machine. So they didn't like, we'll just sell the same thing. We'll just put them in a long box and sell it like that. Okay.
Can you
Becca,
guys
go
hear
for
me
it.
okay?
yeah, you're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
There was
Go for
there was a show. I've seen it twice or maybe on YouTube. I don't know, but there was a show kind of like Discovery History Channel kind of thing, and these people, scientists or researchers, whatever, they went to Germany and went to like where Hitler's bunker was, where the last you know place they ever saw him alive or where he apparently shot himself where
Mhm.
that was is obviously no longer here now, but they went there and they did like they started doing like metal detecting, they started doing like forensics and stuff like that, and then they got leads and so forth and so forth, and then they ended up in a facility that has evidence of Hitler's bunker. They have cloth fabrics from his couch that with blood stains that apparently they have a skull that's apparently from him with the hole in the skull.
Interesting.
And so what they did is they started doing forensic DNA test samples on the blood, and they found that the blood on the couch and the skull does not match his.
Yeah.
Neither do the dental samples.
Did you guys watch? I don't know if you've seen it, but there is an episode about these people who are related to Hitler, and they actually live in Cleveland, Ohio, in Parma. And the entire family, it was Hitler's brother's children.
Yep.
And
Wow.
Hitler was their uncle. And the entire family is so upset about it. They changed their last name, obviously, and stuff like that. And they changed their identity when they moved here because of
course.
that reason. But their entire life, like even now that they're older, they're like in their 60s now and stuff like that. They're older, but they never had kids. They didn't want to reproduce because
Wow.
they didn't want his lineage stops with them. And they actually live in
Wow.
Parma, Ohio. Yeah.
Right.
Not too far
Wow.
from me. It's probably about 40 minutes away.
Right. But what's kind of funny, I know the person you're talking about in Parma, Ohio.
hmm
He's Jewish and gay. So he's making sure there's no
Yeah,
more.
he's making sure there's no
Yeah.
children involved.
I
But
saw
he has a
one
big
where
family and adopted kids. They're all Jewish and stuff. And he does wonders for the Jewish community. But I thought it's funny. He's gay and Jewish.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I
Yeah,
just thought
I
that
think,
was so weird because growing up, they were talking about them growing up and they were like, yeah, we all knew this, but we never said a word because we didn't want
Wow.
that out. They were so not embarrassed, but like, I don't know what the word for it is.
Back at this time, back in 1939 or 40, was when the evacuation to Dunkirk occurred. Right now, and if you know what that is, that was the beginning of World War II in Europe. And if the British government had have capitulated or signed a treaty or anything, and if the British Empire would have dissolved, we would there no way we could have won that war without the British Empire.
Yeah.
And the least recognized country that had, you know what country had the biggest army in the world during World War II? You probably don't know. And they were all volunteers. India. Without India's participation in that war, the West Coast would be speaking Japanese, the East Coast would be speaking German. Because India was the least recognized, and I've got pictures in my dad's photo album of him in India, and because India was over there, not only did their entire population join the military to fight the Japanese, because the Japanese were right there in Burma, and they were making trucks, ships, rifles, ammunitions. All our history teaches us is that we did it all in the U.S. Oh, yeah. No, we did not. Oh, no, we
I kind of hate that. I'd like to hear
too.
Every aspect.
Right. India did a lot because they lost 100, like I said to Bob, they lost over 100,000 because Burma was British territory. So they had a lot of Indian colonials there and Indian army. And they lost a lot of people there because the Japanese say, you're not Burman. Boom. And they shot over 100,000 people, men, women, and children. If you
Burma was the most war-ravaged country on the planet during World War II, far more than Russia or Germany or anybody else. It was Burma because the Indians and the British and the Americans were manufacturing and they were using Burma as a pipeline to go across the mountains to supply the Chinese and keep the Chinese to keep the Chinese and the Japanese fighting each other so we could come across the Pacific. The Japanese sent a military force and took the port of Rangoon in Burma and cut the supply line off. Then they sent men on the march from Vietnam all the way across Thailand and into northern Burma on foot.
Wow.
These guys marched that far and they cut the northern end of the Burma road.
See, they don't tell. We don't.
No,
these are things I love learning this stuff because when you watch or learn in general World War II, oh yeah, German, Hitler, bad guy, and America won, yay, done. You don't know the stories. You hear Pearl Harbor. You hear, Battle of.
But you don't even hear about India at all.
Never, never.
No.
I know in the movie. Have you guys seen The English Patient? Have you seen that? There is specific Indian people that takes place during the World War II in England and during that time period. There's specific soldiers from India who were,
their soldiers, sailors, and airmen served in every theater of World War II.
Yeah.
Every one of them. Every place.
You put your glasses so far away from you that it was so close to the camera that it made your eyes look like the size of your look. It made your eyes like
But
like
also,
that look.
I have this
Good luck.
State Bob thing.
That was funny.
Winston Churchill did not like the Indian army or forces, and
That's
Why?
right.
He
didn't
was a
respect
racist.
them. He didn't respect them.
Racist. Yeah, that's why they had the revolution after the war. For India.
But again, okay, let's be racist for a second and screw India. We wouldn't be here. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we wouldn't be here. Like, if that guy had his way,
I am really fascinated by India. I think everything in that country is just it fascinates me. Like,
the one thing that doesn't fascinate me about India is that my stupid mayor from California is apparently their new ambassador.
Oh,
you won't be
My
long.
goodness.
Trust me.
Why?
keep telling
Yeah.
people on Indian
Yeah.
politics, there's a lot of assassination. I
Mhm.
keep
Mhm.
telling everybody, remember the Gandhis?
Yeah,
Everybody in
they-
that family got shot.
What
Yeah.
was England's matter with India? Why you always see in older movies and stuff like there was English people in India doing, God knows what.
They
What
were
was
always
their
making
fascination
deals,
with
weren't they?
India?
Weren't they making deals with the India, like the people from India, to fight wars with them, and they
I
would
think,
give them
yeah.
such and such?
There's a problem with that, folks. India was controlled by 190 sects or not little states. They had their own Raj, princesses, dukes, and everybody, and
Yeah.
they control certain portions. The big player of
That's what I
India
thought was the
was the
conflict.
East India Company. Second biggest player was the Spice Company out of the Dutch and Portuguese. Those big three, Portuguese says, we're going to Africa, Angola. And you know what happened to the Dutch Congo? And the same thing with Indonesia. A lot of Indonesian troops fought in Burma. They did not like the Indians and they didn't like the Chinese. So when you see the bridge over the River Kwai, I keep telling them half of them were Indonesians and half of them were Japanese. And a lot of people didn't understand. I thought they were all Japanese. No,
No,
they were
no.
Indonesians because they
And
were ruled by the Dutch and very badly too.
yeah, and the
That's so fascinating.
the problem with India's England's influence in India, they were called a nabob. They were British citizens who were extremely wealthy that lived there, and they really looked down on the Indian population. They were called a nabob. So they just grabbed the Spaniards had people over there too for the spices and all that. Same with the Portuguese and others. That's where there was a lot of distastefulness for both sides. You know, the British citizens didn't respect the nabobs, the wealthy British. You know, this took course over hundreds of years, but without India's involvement, we would have been. There's no way we would have been able to defeat anybody.
Can you
Because we
believe all
would have
those
not
little
have been
details?
able, you know.
All
Yeah,
those
yeah,
little
but there are.
details.
I'll
Like-
tell you what. I'll get my dad's photo album out and I'll tag some videos tomorrow
Okay.
about India's involvement. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into racism, but he saw it
I'll
himself.
be right back.
You know, when he was over there, he was stationed in India at the end of the war. India and China, the China-Burma-India theater, which most people never even heard of. They didn't even know the U.S. was over there.
No.
They had no idea. Most people never heard of it. But
Think about it. Like,
Yeah.
if the British wasn't here, if we didn't, if our president was like so racist that he was like, well, screw India, we got like just those two little things.
Yeah.
well, the thing is,
US would have been wiped out. Like,
the thing is, though, you know, that's how history records Churchill to an extent. But he went to India many times because he was a statesman, and he knew he had to have the troops from Burma. He had to have the troops from India. He knew that they had to have Australia, New Zealand, everyone on board. And so he spent a lot of his time on the streets of London talking to the population, and a lot of his time was going over to other countries, gathering support, making sure that there are alliances and ties. He was a great statesman. He may have had a problem with brown people, but when it came to doing his job, he was damn good at it. You know,
That's so
there was
interesting.
also another pipeline of supplies going up through Iran. That all the manufacturing from all over the British Empire was being pipelined up through Iran and right into Russia. Most people have never even heard of that either.
No.
So the Soviet Union could keep putting pressure on Germany. So if that pipeline was never cut, but the Burma Road going through Burma and into China, that was cut. You know, my dad was stationed in Egypt guarding the air guarding that
Wow.
that pipeline going through Iran.
That is really fascinating, Bob. That is actually kind
Mm-hmm.
of freaking cool. Like your dad was
There.
there.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, he started out in North Africa. That was he started off in not Algeria but French Morocco. Then he got transferred over to Egypt with the British Royal Air Force, guarding the pathway through Iran and guarding the Suez Canal. Because if they lost the Suez Canal, it's over. It was over. It's done because that would have cut off India from everybody, you know. And he went from Egypt to Italy, and he fought in Italy for just a few weeks. Then he got on a ship which was a British ship. Most of the shipping for the U.S. military was done by the British. Most, our history books don't record much of that.
No, because they all sank at Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just such BS, And then he got over to Calcutta, India, and they finally got the P-61 Black Widows, the night fighters. Prior to receiving the P-61s, he was in a night fighter squadron. They were using the British Beaufighter in Egypt and in Italy. Those were British airplanes. They were trained by the British, and then finally the British made enough to be able to crew our guys in night fighters. They received their night fighters in Calcutta, India, and from there he went back and forth to China, to India, and he was actually a participant in the invasion of Burma. He's got a little. I went through his stuff and I found this little tiny like medal. And I finally found a YouTube video that explained what it was. He was part of the invasion of Burma because the Japanese took Burma from the north and the south, and he was there on the first day that the Allies started flying in, But I'm surprised he survived all of it. I'm really surprised with that going all over.
You really need to write a book.
Seriously, I could
about it.
listen to this for hours. I'm
That
just like,
part of history, and then Egypt and the, that kind of thing. It was
Egypt
just
and Iran
during
and the
that
Suez
time
Canal,
period. It had to have been
and
phenomenal.
the Panama Canal. Yeah.
Can you imagine like those are all these little back roads, you know what I mean? Like all these little things that could change the course of the world, like forever.
Yeah. If the British had capitulated after the evacuation from Dunkirk in France, and if they had signed a peace agreement, we would never have won that war. Never. There would be no way. Because the world was supplying the Soviets through Iran. The world was supplying the Japanese through Burma, to keep them in the fight, so we would have a chance to get across the Pacific to be able to take back Saipan and Tinian and Guam and the Philippines and all those places.
Wow.
That's all so fascinating. Like, it blows my mind.
Yeah, that's
so cool.
I've got my dad's uniform upstairs.
That's cool.
Damn. Wow.
That's really cool.
Wow, that's cool.
My dad, go ahead.
He told me about how he more than one Air Force base in India. He was what was called the Army Air Corps before the separation on September 18th, 1947. But all the Air Force bases in India were made by India, and they were guarded by India. And everything, the food supplies, everything was done by India. We didn't have any air bases over there unless the Indians made them for us, But he was telling me about one of the sergeants of the guards, because my dad was already had stripes up to here when he was in India. He was friendly with one of the sergeants of the guards, and he was a Sikh, and the guy had a long beard.
I think Sikhs are so freaking cool.
They're awesome people, man. They're tough people. You don't want to fight them, but they used sign language and a little bit of English to be able to communicate with each other. They had respect for each other because both of them had a lot of stripes on their shoulders. But this Sikh guard, he had a sword because he's the walking man. He's in charge, you know. And he had 4 notches on his sword. So
Jeez. Wow.
Well, that's part of their religion, though. The Sikhs is you always carry a sword. You take up your sword and you carry it all the time.
Yeah, they carry one around their neck.
Mhm.
Not a sword, but they carry a knife around their neck.
Mhm. Yeah, they're considered the warrior class.
Mm.
They're the ones who met Alexander in the field when Alexander the Great came across the Himalayas. He fought the Sikhs, you know. Respectable, man. I'll probably get out my dad's uniform and show a little bit about it. And,
Oh, froze for a second. Come back to us, Bob.
He's there.
Uh,
He's
He's there,
I'm
I
here.
think.
I'm here.
But
You know,
come back.
interesting thing is, you know, can you
Bobby,
hear me?
come back. Bobby,
Can you
come
hear
back.
me?
Yeah, we
Am
hear
I
you.
froze? Okay.
No, you're,
No, we're just like to sing that stupid song.
You
Can you
guys,
come back?
you're all
Sorry.
fired. You're all fired. That's it.
Bobby, come back.
No, I was very close to not being born because my dad joined the U.S. Army Air Corps before World War II started. And he got all of his training and he got on board of a ship and he was going to go to Manila in the Philippines. That was a U.S. territory at the time. He departed the port of Tacoma in December 5th, 1941.
Oh, wow.
2 days out to sea, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, and he had to turn the ship around and come back. Now, if he had made it to Clark Field or one of the other Air Force bases in the Philippines, I mean, you know, I would.
You wouldn't be
Chances of
telling
me
this
being
story.
here. No, I certainly would not. No, he met my mom during the war, just before he went overseas, and they got married and all that. Yeah, he just barely squeaked out of that one, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to understand geopolitical at this time. Japan was on American side during the 20s, and a lot of Americans
Yes.
did a lot. Warren G. Harding did a lot of crooked things like, we ain't going to pay our bill. And we broke the Japanese code. We know what you're talking about.
I don't know what
You're
happened.
going to be
Not playing with your computer.
number 3 on the whatchamacallit, battleships. And this made Japan really mad because number 1 was Great Britain, number 2 was the United States. So they got all their battleships. France and somebody else went to 3rd place, France and Italy. And Japan, like, okay, you only could build so many battleships.
Oh, yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
That really made the Japan, and they didn't like the bad term.
Yeah, how
the
can-
yellow.
Because the Dutch had colonies in Asia, so did the British, so did the U.S., so did a whole Germany and all. But how can these Asian people possibly build their own empire? We're not gonna allow that to happen. Arrogance, man.
Right. Teddy Roosevelt started the ball rolling because he told the Russians, it's fine, we'll get back your lands. Don't worry about Siberia. The Japanese don't want it. We'll just give them Korea. Boy,
Yeah.
that was a big mistake.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Okay.
Be right back.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. Like I said, it's 2 hours almost. And I'm like, he has a little late dinner or late supper. Because I've been on a lot of live streams catching up and stuff. And I'm just a little tired.
Bobby,
Like I
come
said,
back.
last week, I only had 3 hours of sleep per day because I've been doing stuff. I plant turnips on, what's today, Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I planted turnips on Monday because it is so drought ridden over here. We're going to have wildfires, you wouldn't believe. And I'm making sure we got feed for the cattle and for the deer. So I planted half acre of turnips in the hot sun because my nephew says, why are we planting turnips, Uncle Al? To feed the livestock and deer in case something goes wrong.
Yep.
And he's looking at me like, but we raise alfalfa and oats. and corn. How much water are we getting? And he stop and think, rotate the little harbor brain in your head and get it through your head. We didn't have rain this year. It was a dry winter for us. We had a few storms, and that was it. Ask Viper.
If anything, I don't remember last time. It hasn't rained at all this year so far. Well, a little
Here's my
bit.
A
husband.
little bit.
Hey, babe.
Oh no, we're in trouble.
We're having an interesting conversation this evening. I
Well,
love talking
we
about
weren't doing
history.
anything.
Okay,
Put your-
last time we
put your
were on
phone
with
sideways.
Al, we talked about 40s dress. Like we talked about, how way people dress. This time it's all parts of history that I absolutely love.
Put
It's
your
freaking
phone
awesome.
sideways.
I've been listening.
Hmm.
Yeah, it
He
gets a little
made a
weird,
good
doesn't
Latin
it?
quote too. He
Wait,
made-
are you home?
No,
No, he's
Oh.
working.
it does look like
What
a.
you do is get these bars and give it to your friend. Don't tell him what it is.
Just pass them out on Halloween.
Here's some soap.
Just put them on a plate out of the wrapper.
I'm not
There's
that
candy bars,
cruel.
kids. No sugar.
They taste like soap, Uncle Al. But it has nuts and caramel. You
It's
like
so
these.
good for you. It has mint. Don't beat them all.
I'm not kidding. Dustin, look at the ingredients on that. Do you see anything edible?
That's good. I actually got on here because the stuff you guys were talking about. I remembered a story from my one grandfather, and he served in World War II. I don't know exactly because I was just young. I know he was near Germany, and they're camped, and it was the middle of winter, and everyone had to turn in their coats because they had spies coming into their camp. So they all had to turn in their coats, and they were told if they have a coat on, shoot them. No questions asked. If they saw someone with a coat on, they smoked them. It's like I hope everyone got the word.
Jeez.
It was crazy. He didn't talk too much, but that was one of the stories he would tell. It definitely would have been crazy times.
Wow.
My
Right.
grandfather
yeah.
never talked about World War II. It was a time where he lost almost all of his men in his platoon, and he says he remembers times where they didn't have anything to eat, and he got a Purple Heart, but at the same time when he came home he didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
He did talk about the times where he didn't have any food, and
My dad was the same way up in China. They landed the airplanes up in China, then the monsoon hit up there in southern China, and it turned everything into a sea of mud, and they were still flying across the Himalayas, and they couldn't fly. So he said they were down to like 1 cup of coffee a day and 1 or 2 biscuits.
it's
That's-
crazy.
Yeah, and that's it. And my mom barely recognized him when he came home.
Right.
Because
Because
he
Jackie
had-
Coogan.
He lost so much weight, and he was also taking quinine or
Malaria
something.
pills.
Right, and it turned his skin yellow. She thought he was a Chinese when he came off the ship or off the train.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jackie Coogan risked his life. The guy who played the kid with Charlie Chaplin, he flew a Cessna over the Himalayas, bringing relief supplies. So they could have had the cup of tea and the biscuits, and they were shooting at him all the time when he flew over, when they flew back, and he was shooting back. He would roll down the window of the Cessna, pulled out his 45, and shot back down at the ground.
What? That's crazy.
No, it's Jackie
God.
Coogan, and in Rangoon and those areas where it was
Yeah.
recaptured, he fly his plane. He had a motorcycle and he would drive around, and he had a grease gun and he'd drive around and then get back on the plane and start issuing supplies over the hunt to China.
This is the actor that played Charlie Chaplin, Uncle Al? Is that what
No,
you
the
said?
little kid that played with Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, with Charlie
Jackie-
Chaplin. Okay.
Jackie Coogan.
Okay.
Go look it up.
I will.
He flew. I have a book. of
Bye,
his.
baby. Love you.
Bye.
Justin.
Bye, Dustin.
Peace.
Sorry for the noise, guys, but I'm making
Another
canned noodles.
Illuminati. No.
I just thought it was your person in the basement in the hole.
Yeah. We start to hear any air leaking, we'll know it's his other girlfriend. His side
Oh.
chick.
To verify Dustin's
You can't
story,
get on
yes,
there.
because after the Battle of Bulge, there was another battle before that, and they captured a lot of long coats.
Mm.
And the Germans would sneak into American camps, would sneak in dressed as Americans.
Oh
So
my gosh.
That's why they said if they wore a long coat, shoot them, because all their winter clothes was captured by Germany at that time,
Damn
right before the
phone.
Battle of the Bulge. That's why you see
Yes.
everybody in tanker jackets. Okay, he's not an American, and let him have it.
That
Wow.
door works.
If you weren't
Yeah, sorry.
Japanese, if you weren't Japanese, and if you wore a long coat, they know you're a German. Because the only ones who wore long coats were the Japanese, the 442nd and the 101st. And they say, nope, these are ours. We came off the boat with them. You're a German. And they shot him.
Can you imagine if like I know it sounds a little cuckoo, but can you imagine if like Germans somehow wore the same uniform as us?
They did.
No, I mean like identical. You know what I mean? Like you know what I'm talking about? Like imagine you're going to war with another country and they just so happen to have the same kind of uniform. Like they
Because
look
it was all made by the same
the
people.
same people. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Imagine how that would have turned out. You know?
You got to remember the Germans.
Might
clothing
happen
from
with
Wo-
China. They copy everything. I don't know. Might
Yeah,
Yeah,
decide.
could be.
could be with China, but at World War II time period, the man who made Germany's clothing was Hugo Boss.
Get out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Hugo Boss made World War One uniforms, and but in World War II, he made German, especially the SS,
Mhm.
by Hugo Boss.
No way.
Yeah, and he made millions off of it. But he was Jewish, and he got out of the war and
Oh,
survived
okay.
because he donated a lot to Jewish charities.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people who are Jewish still mad at him because they called them the Jewish Nazis. There are
Yeah.
groups of Jewish people who are Nazis. They're all in it for the money. Oh, don't worry about Germany. We're Swiss. We're Swiss. So
Yeah.
they didn't shoot him. They just walked into Switzerland. We're Swiss citizens. Here's our Deutschmarks in gold. Oh, they look
Wow.
like teeth. Don't worry about that. And
Mm-mm-mm.
some of them moved to Israel or Argentina or
You have
New
to be
York.
you have to be really
or the-
careful.
Yeah, or the
Yeah.
Poconos. These guys, let's see, I hate to say this term, but they knew Meyer Lansky in Florida. You know who's Meyer Lansky, right?
No.
Gangster.
He's-
No.
He's a
I have
gangster.
to look it up.
Yeah.
He's a big time Jewish gangster. He knows Arnold Rothstein's.
Oh,
Jewish-
yeah, no, that's
Ju-
Courtney's thing. She knows about the gangster.
15
I
minutes.
do.
She
No,
knows
but
all that interesting
Before
stuff.
Meyer
Hey, the only
Lansky
gangster I know of is Danny Green, okay?
I'm kidding.
the only
You know,
gangster.
Sammy Dana on the corner. He's a gangster. Yeah.
No,
I
Meyer
may have had
Lansky
some in
was,
my family, but I don't know anything about him.
Hey,
he's
you.
a gangster. Hey,
You
hey,
with,
you.
you with the
Hey,
Hey,
face.
you. Hey.
Jersey.
Yeah.
yeah, because he was partner
it.
with Lucky
Being a city.
Luciano.
You with
But
the
Meyer-
face.
Yeah, but
You
Meyer
with
was
the
the
face.
brains.
17 people turn. Wait, me?
But Meyer was the smart guy. He didn't
Yeah.
get his hands dirty in shooting people. He had other people shoot other people. You see, I
His
am a-
hands. Keep his hands clean like somebody else we know.
yeah.
Modern day.
And so Luciano used to plug people, and Meyer started out as a kid following his Luciano gang. They used to rob his lunch money, and he does it every day. And he says, "You're pretty tough little Hebe." That's an old term for Jewish person. So they kept beating him up, and said one day Meyer says, "That's enough. Who's the biggest tough of you guys?" And Luciano comes up and says, "I'm Luciano. I'm tough." So Michael Myers, not Michael.
Michael Myers.
This just
Myers.
He came in with his giant knife.
I
No.
can't. Wait. All I saw was Austin Powers coming out right now.
Right,
Oh my
right.
god, I love you, Uncle
Yeah,
Al.
baby.
Yeah. Let's not go there. My brain's already fogged because of lack of food. No, what happened was Michael Myers, not Michael.
The other Michael Myers with the mask on.
Oh my
Ta-dum.
We didn't
Da-dum.
Yep,
Ta-dum.
that one.
Ta-dum.
Oh, we lost you, Uncle Al. You're muted.
Oops, am I?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you're good now.
You're good. I don't know what happened.
He's gonna mute himself again. Watch.
Okay, that's the one I watched, Darren. I watch yours. The Division of Australian Sky News.
Yeah.
Nope.
Friday the 13th for mitzvah.
That's what I
that's
thought
it.
of Friday 13th.
Mike Myers.
Like I said, Meyer Lansky.
Meyer
was a tough guy.
Lansky.
Yeah, was it?
Mazel tov.
No, not that kind of.
Cut the cake.
But he was the brains, and he never got convicted for any crime except for tax evasion, and he got deported to Israel. And he lived as a country gentleman in Israel and helped Israel through their 6-day war, 7-day war,
Oh, okay.
all the wars, because at that time Israel was a less favored nation by the Democrats,
hmm
because the Democrats at the time, still today,
I was gonna
wanted-
say, isn't that happening today too?
yeah, they wanted a split state, and Republicans, Meyer Lansky was a Republican, wanted Israel by itself. So he did all in his power to save Israel, including Lucky Luciano, who freed Italy and Sicily, especially Sicily. He hired people you got to help these guys to, we take from Mussolini our lands.
Anybody else think
I
that
gotta tell you,
the people in Israel, though, right now, anybody else think they're completely badasses? I just think they're badasses.
yeah, they used to come over and practice with our Air Force at Nellis. They
Yeah.
are badass pilots, man. They are. They
Well,
have a lot of experience.
yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
mess around over
Mhm.
there.
No,
No,
Israel's
they
one of
don't.
they're one of
Don't.
the top, like they're up there as far as military training, if you want to call it that. Like they're up there. Like they're one of the best.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Well, even hand-to-hand combat, they
Yeah,
are
yeah.
trained really well too.
Krav Maga. Yeah.
Yeah, I
But,
would love to learn how to do that, but I'd
that-
probably pull something and be in the hospital.
Same
My
here.
first lesson, I'd just stand wrong and do something.
She looks at somebody. Hey, you! Ow!
But yeah,
Wait,
they
back
what is that? What is that type of fight called again?
Krav
Right.
Maga.
Krav Maga.
Maga.
It's actually on YouTube. I've looked it
Yeah,
up.
it's
Yeah.
pretty cool. I've
It
seen videos and stuff on it.
They're very smart because back in the late 70s, my wing, the 474th, got F-16s. We were the first combat wing to receive the F-16s. We were able to negotiate selling F-16 fighter planes to Israel, but through the State Department, they could only sell them the very bare bones model of aircraft, very bare bones. So we still had an upper edge. The Israelis, some of the best engineers in the world, went to work designing and building their own avionics equipment. So, so they took
Also,
a
they
bare
had a
bones.
little help too.
They did, yeah. They hired outside engineers for the electronics and the aviation equipment, and next thing you know, their F-16 surpassed ours.
Yeah.
So is Japan's.
They came back to the States. Yeah, they came back to the States and they taught our pilots what it's really like to be in a dogfight, and how it really is like to accurately bomb under fire. You know, oh, they were good. Yeah, even back in my days in the Air Force, they were good.
Yeah.
Right now, Israelis and the Japanese train together because before they got upset, the Japanese Empire went back 3 weeks ago. They're no longer a self-defense force. They are the Japanese National Army, and they pulled out the battle flag of Japan. only difference is it's not centered and you have this spokes shining out. It's leaning a little bit to the left.
The
And it's
spokes.
more-
That's the what do they call that? The sun. The
Yeah, the battle flag. It's different.
the
They
rising
said it's-
sun.
Right. It's not the rising sun. They said it's an angle sun of Free Japan. No, that's the battle flag. It always cracks me up when they make excuses. And they said, we won't win a war, but if you get a war with us, that's the last thing you'll do. And they mean it too. They're backing the Philippines, Taiwan, and the French are helping them out too, which is kind of hilarious. And they're wondering, where's America? Australia is also getting into and India too. I'm like, okay, where's America? And we know what's New Zealand's doing. They're buddy with China. And then Canada. Yeah, we're Chinese. Come over.
Interesting stuff, guys. Interesting.
No, sorry, I went on politics. Let's go back to history.
Yeah, about Hitler. I'm just kidding.
I thought that's what we were talking about was history. I didn't hear any politics. What are you talking about?
No, because the world's a mess and there's a lot of weird things.
Mike Myers.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Then Mike Myers came. What was it? No, I think that was Jason. Jason in Outer Space. It was like one of the 10 Jason movies.
Right.
Yeah.
Jason 10.
There was a Michael Myers. That was
Austin
that. I thought it was Friday the 13th.
Powers.
It is.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
added more until they got. And today is Jason 20,020. And it's like,
Yeah.
nope. That's enough for the Jason movie. But like I said, folks, I got to cut it quits because it's about 2 hours. I've been talking non-straight.
Yeah, you need to
nonstop.
eat, Uncle Al.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
getting dizzy. I'm getting loopy. It's sugar kind of.
Go eat. Go
loopy.
sleep.
Yeah, I need sleep. But like I said, folks,
I gotta go let my dog out real quick. Viper and Carol, if you want to
We got it.
Okay.
We got
talk for a minute, I'll be right back.
Um,
Uncle Al, thank you for being on. I'll be right back.
Gonna sing and dance. Bob was asking for it.
Oh.
Al. We love you, Uncle Al. Cut it out, Darren. Get up here, Darren, you bug. Oh, are you gonna just make me talk? Thanks, Vipe.
Well, you're talking. I'm not gonna just talk over you.
You just went like you're planning
was-
another freeze. I was the only one
yeah,
moving
yeah.
on here, and then I look on my phone. I'm the only one frozen. I'm like, what? So weird.
Oh, maybe
Yeah, it worked, Darren. You did it. Oh, you mean you're working? No, you're not. Come on.
But I got what I got, girl.
You're supposed to have like those breaks. I thought. You know.
Well, I don't. Well, here's a break.
Wait, are you? No, don't.
I was
do
kidding. I'm kidding.
Talk about Darren. He said he's working. That's why he can't come up. You stink. Now for intermission, and we'll all just
I know, right? Come back 2 hours later.
let's all go to the lobby.
Hey, I remember. Oh my god.
Oh.
Remember that song?
Mhm.
I remember when I went to go see. It was Lord of the Rings and it was Titanic. Like those are the only two movies that had intermission.
They needed them.
And oh my goodness, I remember we're watching it, and
Ow.
poof, shuts off. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like everyone was getting mad, it just shut off. And they were saying, intermission, please take 20 minutes to go grab, use the restroom, and and I'm like, seriously? And then they come back. You come back, and it's 20 minutes is a lot of people, and then you come back and
True.
watch part 2.
But I mean, can you imagine if you were there on your first date and you realized going into the movie that you weren't going to click with that person?
Oh my god, and you're stuck. That's when that intermission's time to go. The intermission's time to go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use the bathroom. Don't never come back.
in this other building down the block.
In another city.
I'm gonna go get my money back and go to the place across town for this movie. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I remember that. And I hate it because the intermissions were always like at the best part. You're like really into it and you're like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Poof, black screen.
I think they like plan it that way.
You know?
Kind of
Dude,
like I think some
Titanic.
people with their videos do that too. They
Mhm.
like will stop them on YouTube right at that moment
wa-
where you'll hang out for the
keeps you
commercial.
wanting more. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you want more. I'm like, I don't have time to think it out that much.
Remember Titanic? I have Titanic on cassette.
I
And
hated
I
that.
have it on CD as well. But even I think when it came out on DVD, I didn't know the DVD became one, but they sold the cassettes for so long, but it was 2 cassettes. So same thing. You're watching your movie in your home, and you're like, oh, ooh, poof, end of cassette. And then you had the thing is, it was like, okay, should we eject the cassette, put the second one in, or should we stop it and rewind that cassette so it's ready for next time? You know,
Oh,
and you're like, and then you're like, nah, let's just watch part 2, and then you'd have to rewind 2 cassettes.
yeah, I forgot all about those days. And then it would
Remember?
at least ours made that noise.
And then it would slow
That's
down when it was end.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you knew it was like near the
I
end.
still have my cassette player. It still works. It's brand new.
We have a VCR player, like a VCR around, but I also have tapes. I need to find out a way how to do switch them over.
You
Because
have to buy I bought one for my parents. It was like $300. I bought one for them
Is
for
it
like
that much to switch them over?
it was. But the thing is, what I got them, it's a VCR DVD combo.
That's
And
fine.
and
Yeah.
but the DVD combo is a recorder as well, so you can put a blank CD
Mm-hmm.
and put a cassette, play it, record it on CD.
Yeah, I think I'd rather do that and have it separate from my computer and then
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
flip the other ones over that I
Mhm.
Sorry
Really?
about that, guys. I've been following my dog now because he feels the need to go to in the neighbor's lawn.
Oh,
So
that's
now
fun.
I follow him with a flashlight,
Yeah.
and he doesn't like that much.
he feels like you're a creeper. Like he
Is
has
that-
a private moment.
Is that
But-
Otis?
To do a deuce
Yeah.
in front of their friends.
Yeah, because he's black, and he's like he's black, and so you're like, yeah, she won't see me in the darkness. I'm black. I'll blend in. And then
Yeah,
poof,
I have
you
a
spend the light.
flashlight that shines green,
Oh.
so I'm like, I can just no.
You'll
I
see
just
him
followed him
anywhere.
around the garage. He ran from me, and I'm like, no, we're not playing that game tonight, buddy.
Can you imagine right now we're talking about cassettes? Meanwhile, Courtney's running around the
Stalker.
garage like kissing her dog.
Poop stalker.
So
Yeah.
Courtney,
Speaking of poop, to everybody in the audience tonight, I have memberships.
Yeah.
FYI, I did add in a 99-cent membership. It won't be approved until tomorrow, but I think it's the $5.99 one offers your title as the Poop Troop.
yep, and I love how you made the rainbow poop.
You like that?
I like the
That was
rainbow.
requested by her audience.
Yep. So that's why I made that.
I think that's cool. Well, there's the chair.
If there's ever pins, we want the like glitter rainbow like lapel pin.
That's what I said
Oh,
earlier.
that's a good idea.
Like
You're
for the year anniversary of people who have been like members for a year or something, do something like that.
The elite.
Yes, the elite poop troop.
I love that. That's so great.
Hilarious. It's like we're some kind
Courtney's
of
gonna
poop
get the
flyers.
poop emoji. She's gonna get a tattoo poop emoji.
I don't think so.
No, why not?
Although my husband has a piece of he has a tattoo on his arm. It's a piece of toast of grilled cheese actually with the Mother Mary in it.
Oh. Wait, he has that as
A
wait,
tattoo on his arm. it's a grilled cheese with the Mother Mary in it.
because that like
That's right.
really happened. Didn't somebody like that? was,
Yeah, it's like
going on?
with her face,
Mhm.
kind of in it. It's not really like her like, ooh, no, it's like,
kind of.
it's like it's burnt into the toast. It's freaking hilarious.
That's
But
funny.
they like put those in glass cases and stuff.
That's so random.
I've seen that. It does, Q. We can't help it. We're the poop troop.
Yeah, I gotta get my Teespring up and running, and when I do, you guys can purchase whatever. I'm gonna try and keep my Teespring kind of cheap too, so maybe mugs and pens and stuff.
Yeah.
You got
Little
you have to play,
patches.
you'll have to play with
Leave-
you'll have to play with the prices. Geez, say that 10 times fast. Because I've done the same thing too. I went down to like $1 and it won't let you. Because Teespring takes a percentage.
Yeah,
So if your shirt is $20, you can go down to like 12, but you'll only make like $1 profit. If you go down to 11, then you don't make anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The profit gap between you and them. So
yeah.
you have to play with what you're comfortable with.
Cute Kitchen and Beyond, yes. I know you went live, and I was really upset because my husband's like, Cute Kitchen and Beyond, they're live right now. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm on it. So I come back here, put on my headphones, whatever, and then you aren't there.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun. I know. It was like a 30-second live, but I was like, oh,
Yes.
man, I missed it.
I agree. Cute Kitchen. We must.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
the troop tees with hair woo woos. What's a woo woo?
Second thoughts.
I know what a hoo ha is, but a woo woo.
I know what that is too.
Where'd you come along?
We know
I
you
heard-
put yours in a lake. or
In a river. I'll tell you, I got to put batteries back in there, turn the cassette tape on, because I ain't no Ted Bundy. I don't do nothing that's dead. Okay,
Hey,
you know what I'm talking about here.
we were talking about VCR cassettes, but imagine like the actual tape cassettes for your car or your Sony Walkman or whatever. Remember when Rewind didn't work, you would just stick a pencil and start spinning it?
Yep. And that pencil had to have the right shape too. If
Yeah.
you got a round pencil, you were messed up. It had to have that octagon or hexagon
perfect.
shape.
Like whoever
Oh,
thought of
I
that,
just-
like
The 99-cent
Oh, this is
membership, the title of that says the link is in the link.
Yes.
I was trying to go off of those stupid sayings, the stupid things I was saying. So hopefully y'all will get a thrill.
Okay, this is a woo woo.
Oh, I like it. Woo woo.
But we need the little poop on the top.
I don't have anything like
Sparkly.
that. Put that on.
I didn't even know I had it until I went in my drawer tonight and I was like, I'm out of hair things.
all you
look
gotta
at this.
all you gotta do, Courtney, is that could be like a special giveaway prize or something. You get a little poop emoji, tiny little sponge or pillow little thing, I mean tiny, right? Like that. And then just Gorilla Glue it to one of those headbands. And then,
We could have craft night.
I'm so
That would
down
be
for
kind
that.
of funny.
I wish I was closer. I would totally make those with you. That would be fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it would be fun. I would totally do that.
You're gonna make poop together. You guys are gonna
Yeah.
make poop together. Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
I ain't
Well, we,
touching that
we
one.
are gardeners.
I
It's a
ain't touching that one.
You know you
Compost,
like it.
You probably would. Probably would.
He's gonna let me show you how it's done.
That's one of the emojis that you get. This is another one. I custom made all these. That's another one.
You're not showing us anything.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not coming up.
Oh, it should.
No, you're not sharing. Because you're like, this is what I'm showing you, and we're like, we're not watching anything.
It's coming up in the chat as
Oh,
weird.
Yeah.
no, they're
Weird
there.
stuff.
They're there. They're there.
Yeah.
I thought she was showing on her
Oh, is
screen.
it coming up as a link? Link
No,
in the
they're-
link?
No,
Mhm.
they're on the side chat.
Oh, okay. They're on my phone. I can see.
Those
them
are
on
the
my phone.
emojis and
Oh, I
stuff.
like them. Cocktails.
I gotta turn a fan on. It's got a lot of paraffin smell in here. Just a
Oh,
second
you
there.
farted? Yeah, I get.
No,
sometimes.
it's I'm making
Bad. You gotta
candles.
open the window.
Hey, city girl.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello. Coming up.
I see you keep asking Darren to come up. He keeps
Yeah,
saying-
so
You taking lunch?
for the memberships, if you get that, if you say poop troop, then you'll get the poop emoji. If you say in the house, you get the other emoji. The OGs get the
Oh, cool.
Wide Family Farm emblem, and then
Man.
party is just the picture
I like the poop
martini glass.
emoji.
So if you just type them in, those emojis will just pop up. So I
We
thought
the
that was
poop
kind of funny.
OGs. So what I just
It doesn't work. I typed in poop troop.
Yeah, you're not a member, so you have to be a member in order for that to work there. Sorry. No,
I don't think so.
he doesn't
No.
strike
Come
me
on.
as a meth
No.
person.
Come on, everybody, let's get together and make.
Let's have an instructional video on
That was me, so I didn't know.
how to make
Hey, Caitlin.
what's in
Thanks for
America
coming
today.
Oh, how crazy. I went to the emoji tab, like the smiley face on the side chat, the emoji tab, custom emoji, and they're
Mhm.
there. You can see her emojis, and they're all 4 of them are locked, and it says join to unlock. Join.
No
to
way.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Let me see. Oh, I can't. I have to do that on here.
Now that I got a job, I might have to join.
Yeah, I have to like move some money around and
Look at
figure it out.
Courtney.
99 cents will get you just the cheap rates, the cheap stuff. 99 cents a month will get you the cheap stuff.
Can you imagine if-
But
Imagine if all your subscribers joined at $1.99. That's not bad.
no, that would be great actually. If all of them did.
I think I'm starting a tier process. So it's 99, $5.99, and 99 cents, $5.99, and $9.99 will get you
Flip pictures.
what we do then with the $9.99 is I buy treats for my chickens, and I will feed my chickens not only on camera, and then I will shout you out and promote you because I use that money to buy chicken treats. So I'll be like, hey, this bag of chicken treats
What
was
the heck
brought
is
to you
that?
by blah blah blah.
What was that?
And so
Sorry. Was that a thong? What is that? Oh. No, look what it looks
can
like.
you get the poop
Oh,
for
okay,
99
yeah, I
cents?
see what you're saying.
Yeah, you
Looks
should
like a
be able to
string
get
bikini.
all emojis for 99 cents, Q Kitchen and Beyond.
Oh, is that the thing you're making for Darren? Is that the banana hammocks?
That makes more sense there because she held it up for a second. All I saw was 2 strings and a V-shaped triangle thing. I'm like,
The
She's just
crocheted
like-
banana hammocks. We were talking about that one night.
No, I'm not making no banana hammock. No.
That's part of the $9.99. A special member will make banana hammock to be raffled off with a rainbow poop on the front of it.
No, I'm making pot holders for a customer. And these are scrubbies for a customer I got
No,
for
What the hell is a banana hammock?
Nice.
Okay,
a banana hammock?
on a for real note, a banana hammock is a hammock
Yes.
that doesn't bruise
For a
your
man.
banana that sits
Yes.
on your counter.
True.
However, people also say a Speedo is a banana hammock.
It's-
If
yeah,
you know what
it's
I'm
briefs.
saying.
Yeah.
Special hammock
Whitey tiny briefs. Yeah, it's briefs.
otherwise known as fruit of the loom.
The pen idea just came up tonight, guys. I haven't pursued anything like that yet. And I don't even think Teespring offers pens. But if they do,
I don't
I'll
think
see
so.
what I can do.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, Q. I didn't know you didn't know that one.
Oh, my wife has I call them spandex because I'm old school. What are those things called now? Leggings?
I don't know. You were
Um,
talking about some mighty fine things last time.
No, so my wife has these like leggings now is like a thing. It's like in style, you got to get leggings. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And she has the ones from my Teespring with my logo on it. It's pretty cool.
Oh, that is cool. Kind of like the Victoria has the Victoria's Secret has pink
Yeah.
in the leg.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, so it's like a dark gray, and then it has like one leg is like my whole logo, and it kind of like goes onto the other. I'll see if I can find it. I'll show
See,
you.
but how would she feel about other women walking down the street with
With my leggings, with my
that on
logo.
their leg too?
Imagine.
Like, excuse me.
Hang on. Let me see
See,
if I
I'm smart,
see.
girl. I don't make banana hammocks.
So, what are you making now, Terry?
This is a pot holder.
The pot holders. Oh, those
Yeah,
are cool.
here's the other one. It's
Oh, wow, those are nice.
It's two different colors, two different reds.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
the
once
other
more.
ones, the other ones are the scrubbies.
Wine.
They're blue and white and orange and brown.
Wait, are those are quilted or are those?
No, crocheted.
Oh wow, the blue and white almost looks like it's quilted fabric.
No,
Okay, now I see it totally. Cute.
it's crocheted.
I like the blue and white.
I'm gonna be making a whole bunch more once I get some more white scrubby yarn and blue yarn.
Darren, I thought you said you were coming up. You were getting on lunch break.
Blue's almost out.
He's talking about those right now, Terry.
Is that like Great Balls of Fire, but it's like Great
Yes.
Balls of Yarn?
Goodness gracious, great
He
balls
just
of
always has
fire.
perfect pausing.
There
That's
they are.
why Terry and I crack up.
Here, look, check this out.
There's so many things I could say right now, but I gotta behave.
Oh, those are cool.
Especially after talking about banana hammocks.
Oh, that
I
don't
mean,
bother
I don't
me.
know if you can see really, but
They're cool, yeah.
Did you see the wolf shorts I had on my Facebook, Carol?
Those are neat. What?
The wolf shorts I
that's
had
from
on
my teaspoon.
No, I haven't been on Facebook since I friended you guys.
Huh?
How active I am there.
You gotta look at my Facebook.
There's no mister, but yeah.
I'll try and get on tonight.
I'll take this.
I just get lost on there. They did so many updates that I just finally just gave up. Plus the Psycho family stuff
Cool,
that
cool.
I prefer to
I don't.
stay out of.
Oh, did you guys watch the videos about my stalker?
He's got the biggest balls of
I
them
saw
all.
part of that and that was just too creepy. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
creepy.
He came
Yeah,
back
look
a
at
couple
me,
days
I got some
right
videos
after
too.
he did that. He
What?
came right back after that, and he went on my side patio and knocked over a bunch of stuff.
Why aren't they arresting him? Because he's just coming on your he is on your property now.
No. This is a rental house and it doesn't have a fence around it.
Shh, that's what they tell you? Are you kidding me?
So that
This
means
is
your
a state
property,
law.
your
It's
property
still
is.
your
Washington State,
property because
yeah.
you're renting.
Yeah, well,
And
because
it's
it,
trespassing.
No,
it's.
no.
But if he gets
Trust
hurt
me,
on
I've
your
already checked
property-
into it.
Oh damn! I would
No,
have
then
a
he'll
good
sue the
trespassing
corporate,
sign.
not,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
here,
Uh.
not me.
I had a cousin.
But if I go out to assault him
Yeah.
or do anything to him,
Yeah.
then I'm guilty
you.
of assault.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say is that
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought.
you're essentially you have the right to kill somebody between your walls.
Correct.
Outside you can't. It's like where I live here, the apartment, I
correct.
can do whatever I want inside, but once I have to step outside, even 1 inch out my front door, even though I'm still in the
Yeah.
apartment building, I'm not.
Mhm.
If you own a house out here, again, inside the home, you can do whatever you want. Now, let's say you have a front yard with a fence, and that guy's on your front yard with a gun. You cannot do anything to him outside on your front yard, even if he's holding a gun. The only time you are allowed to defend sorry if I'm using that word. The only time you're allowed to defend yourself is if he or they, whoever the person is, comes at you in a harmful manner. Like if they're coming
Right.
at you to swing in with the bat, or if they're aiming at you and they're ready, then you
Mhm.
have the right to defend yourself.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
Florida
called
has
stand.
stand your ground still. I'm not
That's
Yeah.
called that's
Yeah.
called stand your ground.
Yeah.
If someone assaults you outside of your home,
Mhm.
putting a hand on you or showing a weapon, then
But-
you can stand your ground.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So that has to be done on your property. But once you step foot on the sidewalk, it's a whole nother story.
Whole nor
And I'm-
California, Washington
Yeah.
are similar. Yeah.
Yeah. And as far as firearms go, like I said, I can have a firearm in my hand in my front yard, in the middle of my grass yard, with the guy in front of me. I cannot do anything unless I am being like threatened, like in a very
Yeah.
negative way.
Yeah, this stalker knows the laws even better than we do
Wow.
Wow.
because he's very experienced at this. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And he's been stalking me for 6 years.
Governor
Oh,
Newsom.
gosh, that's just creepy. You need an
Uh-huh.
old friend who's a Russian who knows about those little pellets.
Oh yeah.
Russian.
I hear you.
Rush.
Yeah.
Back
My
home.
friend Bob
Yeah.
called me.
The
Like,
the little
"Morning,
calf pellet.
Very, very
Little
rush.
I'll
tiny.
take
Yeah.
care of it. I'll take care of it."
Microscopic.
Take care of it.
I
Gone.
have a cousin back
Yeah.
home who put a
Yeah.
sign on the front of his house
You have
saying
nothing to worry about, Bob.
trespassers will be shot, survivors will be prosecuted. Well,
Yeah.
someone in the neighborhood
I have signs
took
like
him
that
to
too.
court, and the judge told the person it's 100% legal. If he shoots you and you live, he can have you prosecuted because he signed
Right.
and dated it, and it's on the front
Well,
of his house.
guys
That's
alive.
his own.
I
You
had a
should
chief.
never do that and have those. It's basically
Yeah,
just
it's
it's
asking for
incriminating you.
trouble. Yeah, it's asking for trouble. I had a chief of police tell me that if somebody breaks in, kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't shoot him in the
He
leg.
had
Don't
people
chop
trying
his
to
arm
Hey,
off.
we gotta
Wait,
hey,
the sign
we
on the
gotta
front of-
we gotta keep careful with that kind of talk.
Yeah.
What was that?
I
No,
took
they
I
told me
took
that
down.
the reason why they said that, he told me that because one, I wanted to know, like, what are my limits, and he told me that just do it, and I was like,
Right.
wait, what?
Right.
And he says, yeah, because one, they're gone. There's no word against another. That's one thing. Two, it's less paperwork for them to do. You know, it's only one side of the story. Three, no, seriously. Three, they
So
can come
funny
back
about it.
if they're alive. They can come back
And sue
later
ya.
and finish the job
Okay.
if they wanted to. And then four, they can take you to court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
guy
file a
breaks
civil
into your.
suit.
This guy comes into your house. Does I don't want to say the words out loud, but like does anything probably to your family, or let's say threatens to kill somebody. You defend yourself. You defend you and your family. You shoot him in the leg. The guy survives. He goes to jail, but he sues you. Now you're in
Yeah.
court for something
hmm
you have nothing. Like you know what I mean. Like it's so dumb.
And even if his civil suit fails, even if the civil suit fails, you now are spending around $300 an hour for an attorney for the next
Yeah.
5 years.
You're costing yourself money and trouble. Just get rid of him. Just
Mhm.
drop him.
Drop
It's
them
not-
like it's hot
It's sad.
Drop it like
It's sad. It's sad to say, but I mean, it's it is what it is.
without the twerking.
That's another reason why I have security cameras too. If that ever happens, God forbid, and here I have proof. Because what happened?
moved my-
Like, did he break in your apartment? Here, I'll show you.
I moved my cameras from outside to inside the house, and my
Mhm.
cameras are watching the doors and windows.
Same.
Yeah.
This guy is so arrogant. He was under the false impression that my cameras are down. Now he cannot be recorded. Well, guess what? I got that right on him. After 6 years, I can finally put a face on the stalker.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, that's
6
so
years.
crazy.
I ended up
Yeah.
buying an additional camera, and I put it on my living room window, and it faces the
You
front
should.
door of the apartment building.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and
so
you're
now I see the reason I like to do that, and actually I could watch it right now. I can see the reason why is because I can see who's at my front, not my front door, but like the building's front door. Even if it's for the neighbors, whatever, I don't care. But I can see
Yeah.
who's coming into the building. But at the same time, it's pointed in the same direction as my front door, so I could see, being in my bedroom, I can see who's at my front door, and it'll alert me as soon as there's any kind of motion. It tells me. I can be across the world.
Mine. I'm looking at my cameras right now. They're right there. The
Mm-hmm.
monitors are right there. But yeah, as soon
I
as
can do that. I have
he-
one on my chicken coop.
Yep.
Yeah,
sorry.
because I watch Predators.
Yeah.
And then I have, them throughout the thing. But the one that is super annoying is anybody that drives past our house, it beeps.
Ugh.
I'm like, dang it. So,
Yeah.
and now every time it beeps, my dogs growl.
what
It's
I've done
so weird.
recently to add some protection for my safety is I put camouflage netting up on the shelving out there. I can see out, but he cannot see
Yeah,
in.
Good.
that's how my
and
windows
that's-
are.
That's what finally got to where I could get a picture of him or a video of him, is because he didn't see me pick this up off the table and turn it on. I
Yeah.
pretended like because he's yelling stuff at me, and I said, "What? What?" Well, I'm turning my phone on. What? Just what? What? And then whoop, right up over there. There you go, buddy. Yeah, he's remember how he said a
All my windows are
couple days later.
Oh,
It's all on my channel.
yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
it's creepy because he looks like average Joe. He doesn't look
Mhm.
like, I don't
When
know.
I was showing my next door neighbor,
Whoops.
these videos.
Lean back, Bob.
I
Lean
froze
back.
up.
Lean back in your seat. Lean back. Sit back in your seat.
Sit back a little bit. It's going gurgly.
Sit back like you normally sit.
It might have frozen his side.
Right there. Stay. No,
Hey,
no, no.
there's Sal. I mean, Bob.
What happened? Is he
He
there?
had to poop.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Because
I
when he's in the
Creepy.
back, it's fine, but when he moves forward, it goes bad.
I'm not Kaylin Strang. That's not even a little bit of my security procedures, FYI.
Yeah, I'm not talking about mine.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
yeah.
I have all
This
my
year
windows
and
are
next
tinted
year, I'm
mirrored.
gonna be getting stuff for my property store here.
All my windows I have mirror
I'm still
tints
waiting here for
chrome,
the-
so you can't
the
see
woman
in,
from
but
the
I can
damn
see out.
bank.
Yeah.
I told the manager of the bank today. I said, you know what? It's making your bank look pretty bad and stuff. But you really want me to open up a second account, a business account there? You'll have that woman call me. She ain't called me yet.
I missed
Said,
it.
I'm trying to find out what all I can do as far as getting a mortgage for this house. and this property.
Somebody's dying.
Who is yelling? Is that your son?
Oh,
Oh.
I heard wake me up, I'm dying or
Well,
something.
wake me up!
I was like, wait,
Then he
what?
gave me
I thought it was an old woman. Your son sounds a lot like an old woman when he's upset.
He likes making voices.
like a Marge
Drives me nuts.
Simpson
At least-
relative.
no, I can handle him doing.
Mark
Xbox
Simpson
game.
relative.
When he
Okay.
gets doing the gorilla tag on the Oculus, he starts making gorilla noises.
What's that noise we hear?
Oh.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
who's that? The Marge is what the sisters have that voice like this.
Yeah.
Thelma and Louise?
Ah,
Is that
Yeah,
their
I think that's
names?
their
how are
name.
you doing?
But no, I'm waiting on that woman to call me, and I told the manager of the bank today. I was like, you know what, it's making you guys look pretty bad. Where I'm actually starting to think about pulling my money from the bank, go to another bank. She was, don't do that. She was getting upset. I was like, this is how many times this woman's been contacted. I've left her 6 messages, voicemails, and she hasn't called me back. I want someone else to talk to, and I better get someone ASAP, or you'll be losing my money at that bank.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna have my daughter open an account over there,
Mm-hmm.
have my son open an account there, and I said I'll put my money somewhere else.
I missed what happened that got you upset. I totally missed it. Was that when I wasn't on?
No, I've been trying to get a hold of a woman at the bank that deals with like the loans and all. For
Oh,
mortgages.
okay.
And
business
she'd
loan?
be able to tell me what programs I could do to help me get it,
Yeah.
and hasn't called
Oh.
me back. I don't know how many times she's been contacted by people through the bank.
Mm.
She was supposed to call me last Friday,
Whoa.
ASAP.
God.
Called.
I'll link you, Bob.
I
The
almost ruined my
link
headphones.
is in the link,
Bob.
bib.
Bob.
It's just because it's just frustrating.
Yeah,
Between that,
I think he should change his name to Uncle Bob.
Yeah,
I think so
and
too.
everything else.
that way
going
Al can
on.
quit.
I mean, it's all good stuff that's happening behind the scenes,
Yeah.
but
You gotta
it's just
focus on the
frustrating.
good. You have had good stuff happening. That
Mhm.
test was a really awesome
Yeah.
thing.
I have to
So
wait till July to results from my neurologist.
You muted yourself this
like,
second.
you can't
It's like
get me in line.
I didn't know what to use. The microphone mute button or the mute button on
I
So
just
they
see
put
like
me on
No,
I
I
hear
was so confused.
and then the
Now
second.
July 22nd, they're gonna call me,
Oh my god.
so I can get that appointment.
I know my husband would like to mute me during allergy season. He says I sound like an
Oh,
old man when I wake up sometimes. I'm like, I can't breathe.
like
How
like
could
Marge's
any man say
sister.
he wants to meet
I know.
That is so wrong.
Except I'm
Um,
hacking usually, just trying to like get an
That's
air
what I-
tube
That's what
open.
I wanted to talk about the other night. We were talking about like Adam Sandler movies and stuff, and I mentioned it briefly. Remember that movie Click?
Oh yeah,
What?
with the remote.
Yeah, and then like
Yeah.
the woman is arguing, his wife's arguing with him, and so he
I
he
remember
mutes
this
her.
movie. Oh my
He
god, I
mutes
watched
her
that
and he
a few months
pauses,
ago again. I
or
was
he
laughing
speeds
so hard.
he speeds through the
Yeah.
argument.
Oh, Bob's on here. I didn't even hear it. Hi, Bob. Sorry.
Sorry, she didn't hear you.
Hola.
I didn't mean
Hello.
to keep you in the basement. In fact, I didn't even give you any lotion.
I'm all out of Jergens, so I had to use some paraffin wax. I hope she doesn't mind.
There's some girls that are into that, Bob, as you know, I'm sure.
Carol,
We know.
stop confessing. We don't want to hear that.
Kentucky
TMI,
Kentucky
Carol,
Jelly.
TMI.
Oh,
Kentucky
wait,
Jelly.
wait.
What? No, here no.
I want to know about your
Kentucky
secret
Jelly.
waxing fantasy.
What's that?
You don't know what Kentucky Jelly is? What's the
Is
abbreviation
it
for
PG-13?
Yes. What is the
Okay.
abbreviation for Kentucky?
KY.
There you go. I try to
Kentucky
keep it
Jelly,
nice.
huh?
Kentucky Jelly.
I'm not so nice. I just say sit still and bear it. Hang on. Close
Hang
your
on,
eyes. Close your eyes and dream of England. Hang on.
Wait, you were in the Air Force, right? Not the Navy, yeah?
Yeah, I was in the Air
I was
Force.
gonna say like, hang on to her, man your battle station.
Close your eyes and dream of England. This ain't gonna take long.
WTF?
Where did he just go? I don't think we can call him uncle. Maybe creepy
Oh,
uncle.
I think you can.
My odd Uncle Bob.
Creepy Uncle
Nice
Bob.
echo. Did you echo on purpose?
No, I'm on Echo, but I wasn't that close to the microphone. Because I'm on my board, so I can have several sound effects.
None of
What?
those. Whatever you did didn't work because you were talking normally.
Oh, okay.
Wah wah wah.
We get Viper on there with his sound effects.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
She's got an actual soundboard. I don't.
I know.
I
You-
got a soundboard now.
Nope.
Can you hear
Nope. Not working. We hear you. You're just talking normally.
me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Normal.
We just hear you normally.
Hello.
It ain't working.
What was that?
Uh-oh.
Who's up here? Oh my God, it's Darren.
Yeah.
Hey,
Wow.
Darren, I got a serious question to ask you.
What time is it? Is it 2 o'clock over there?
Did you poop today?
Not yet.
I was gonna say not yet. I was gonna say not yet.
Do you Australians have Kentucky jelly on your sandwiches?
No, I was listening at that stage.
Oh my
We don't have jelly over here.
Hey, it's all organic. It's made of vegetables. It's
Jelly.
green.
That lovely
yeah.
one.
Oh, geez.
We don't eat jelly over here.
God. Is this very echoey?
No, you sound normal. Somebody's staticky bad though. There's like a static going.
Is it my Morse code that?
No,
Is this
we-
better?
no.
I'm still
Is it my
echoing.
light?
I hate that.
It's just a.
It
Oh,
might
I
be
hear it.
light.
Yeah, it sounds like a cooling fan on a computer
Yeah.
or something.
What's this? I can't
Oh, it
get it
went
to
away
shut
now.
off. Hold on. Is
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's back.
that
I
it?
don't know what that is. No,
No.
I don't think that was it. I think it's
There.
Terry.
That's
There.
it. That shut off. It turned off.
Yeah, it's Terry. It's her connection.
Is this better? I'm still
It's
echoing.
probably my
Terry's
headphones
audio.
Because I have a fan blowing on me. It's like 85 degrees in my house right now.
You're not
Oh.
echoing on our side, Courtney. You might be too close to the mics.
No, it's just super annoying.
That gives me a headache
Hot
when
in
it's
my
too
house
hot.
tonight.
That's what she said.
Yeah. I heard.
That's what he said.
Is this
I knew as soon as it
Is
came
this
out of my
better?
mouth, I was like,
Nothing's changed.
nothing has changed?
no.
Nothing has
you're
changed.
fine.
It's not working, Courtney.
Is there a hookup that's missing?
I don't know.
Hey, does Amazon sell like tire patching kits?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
they do.
What don't
Okay,
they
good.
sell?
No, because
Can I go pick up your girlfriend?
Oh my! Can you imagine? Yo,
Yeah.
could you imagine
I-
a tire pressing? Honey, bend over.
Just-
What? I'm gonna.
Just get that Fix-A-Flat in a can.
I got some of that Gorilla Tape stuff there. I tried
Yes,
to,
some of that,
and I said, hey Sal, we're back in business. I hopped on, she popped again. Can you
Yeah.
believe that?
Yeah.
They had a fight and she blew up on him.
Got the keys there.
I mean, you can
You
find
need to
anything
fix the
and
flat,
everything
it'll
on
just fill in all
Are you
Amazon.
still
Teams,
trying to
yeah.
echo? Because you're not doing anything.
No, I'm not trying to echo. I'm just trying to stop the echo.
Oh, that's on your
Who
end
is
though.
it?
That's on your end.
Can you?
So-
Okay. Never mind. I got it to stop. We're good.
I'm not
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
There's like 20 different modes on here, and I got caught in like 30 of them here. I couldn't get them to stop.
So there's 20 modes, and you found an extra 10.
Yep.
Cool. Is it? Is it cool? Like,
Fish
Yeah,
like 30
I
different
guess.
sound effects?
Fish's
Yeah, it does all
flower.
different kinds of stuff.
We're gonna have to replay this whole stream in like super fast, like times 10 fast forward because Fish's her little headband has been like moving back as time.
See it moving. Like it is. There, I'll just wear like, hey,
Oh my goodness.
that's like 3 a.m. after you've been out with your friends from the sorority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And your
Yeah.
mascara's running down your face a little bit.
Back in the 20s, but
Put it on the side of your head to call yourself Maria or something, you know?
Maria!
Maria.
My name is Maria. What's the matter with you?
Maria. Hey, Maria.
Maria,
talking to me all
Maria.
Oh,
She
yes.
reminds me of the West Side Story. Growing up in
Where's
Where's
Spanish
Carlos
Harlem.
Santana? He's gonna
My
play
big
the
brain.
freaking guitar in that.
Right?
It's like making
I
turning my hair
I
into
just-
a mushroom.
I just want me some of that biscuits and mustard. You got any French fried taters and our
Jergens.
No, that movie, that was one of the darkest movies I've ever seen. It was called
What
Sling
movie?
Blade.
What?
Sling
Oh yeah,
Blade.
yeah. I've heard
Yeah.
of it.
Oh,
Well, it was dark though. It was dark.
Yeah.
Sling Blade, was that with Harrison Ford?
No,
No.
what's that black guy's name?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
He's always in like those weird movies.
Got any biscuits in
I
it?
can't remember that black guy's name.
And John Ritter, Billy Bob Thornton. Yeah, that was a dark movie, man.
John
Got any
Ritter?
biscuits and mustard in there.
I
He
gotta
what?
look this up now.
Wait,
Yeah,
Three's
John Ritter.
Company John Ritter was in it? Did you just
It was. Uh-huh.
Wow, that guy's like dead now.
Yeah.
He was like not
He passed away shortly after that movie was finished.
that broke my heart. I was so happy to see him back on TV and then he passed and I was like,
I know. What is Three's Company ever gonna do?
They're
It's
not
gonna be
having
Two's
any
Company.
reunion.
Two's Company.
Nobody's gonna be knocking on their door.
No,
Two's Company.
because Mr. Roper's dead. It would be like a Two's Company with the dead come back to life kind of. I don't know.
Zombies.
Yes, that's it. The zombie version. Ooh,
Yeah.
Zombie Land.
Re-
terrible.
Zombies. Do 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 do.
What time is it there, Bob? Is it cocktail hour around now?
Darren, you need to move your camera down.
Darren, what
It's
time are
almost
you
10.
at? Just beginning of your day?
3 o'clock in-
3.
Woo, I was
Yeah,
close.
3 in the afternoon.
Hey, bring your camera down a little bit.
What? Yeah, we got like the top of your head. There you go. Here's the
There
Darren.
he is.
I just thought you were trying to be mysterious.
Yeah, all we see is his eyes and his forehead.
He's trying to stay out of trouble.
He's working too. That's why you don't see him looking at the screen.
He's excited. He's like, I'm working. Yay. I'm earning a living.
It happens occasionally.
It's crazy, man. I know it's so stupid, but like I went to work today and Darren's most likely asleep. Now we're gonna go to sleep and he's awake working. You know what I mean? Like
It
how
is-
everything is. You know, like
Oh my God, Darren! It's almost like you're on the other side of the world or something.
who would have
Oh.
thought? Who would have?
Here he is, over here.
He's,
Oh my
look,
Hey, did you know
he's not. He's not.
weed
far
is
from
legal
us.
here in Washington
Look.
State? Yeah,
Fishes.
weed is
Fishes.
legal here. I know.
Show me where Los Angeles. Show me where Los Angeles is, Fishes.
That's me.
You're over here somewhere. I
Okay,
can't
now
tell.
where's Darren at? Where's Darren?
He's just across that big pond right there.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
on here.
he's on the
I
West
don't know where
Coast.
he lives on Australia.
According to that
I'm on the
map,
East
he's on,
Coast.
no.
Near Brisbane?
no.
Is it near Brisbane,
Yeah.
Nero?
Lolo.
According to that map,
Yeah.
Darren is on the West Coast like me. He's on
No,
that side.
seriously, what side of Australia do you live on?
On the East Coast.
Yeah, he's on the right side near the bottom.
Yeah, so he's closer to
Other
me right
side.
now,
Above
according to that
Tasmania.
map.
Near
Other
Perth?
side.
No, East
other
Coast.
side.
East Coast.
Not west.
Yeah, the other
East.
side.
There's a compass on the map.
Never
Oh, I
eat
asked
froggy
you.
Write that
Wheaties.
down.
Near Melbourne?
There's a compass right
Yes,
there.
Melbourne.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know,
that's
but I'm looking at it, and it's opposite in here, and I'm going back and forth, and I'm
No,
so-
you're facing it. There's a compass that literally says north, south, east, west.
See,
Where?
I'm just above the map of Tassie.
Oh my God!
And you know what the map of Tassie looks like.
no.
Yeah,
Right
Melbourne.
right there. That's
Right there.
There.
Right there.
Right
Melbourne.
there.
Right
There's
there.
Melbourne. Yeah, I said
Yeah.
Melbourne.
Yeah,
And he
Okay.
said, yeah.
yeah, I'm just
Easy.
above the map of Tassie.
He's on a delay.
here we go. The Americans are pissing off the globe once again.
Easy.
Well, you know what a map of Tasmania looks like, don't you?
There's Tasmania. I couldn't hear you, Darren, because your audio's lower.
Yeah.
I just hear everybody yell at me.
I'm gonna yell at you.
Picture-
Drink water
picture a
faster.
fairy
Hey,
piece of a
How
female
dare you
anatomy.
not know about
You're
Australia?
talking
Let
low,
me-
Darren.
Picture a fairy piece of a female anatomy.
Excuse me?
What?
Female anatomy.
Mhm. A fairy piece of female anatomy. And then look at the map of Tasmania.
But
Yep,
Tasmania
he's
looks
right.
like a tongue.
Wait.
Guys know what that is. Yes,
And
we
you guys
do.
wonder why I'm just above the gutter all the time.
Yeah, you are. You're just above the. You're kind of like the belt
Thanks for
line,
coming
and then
in,
there's
Wickshire.
Tasmania.
She's trying to work it out.
It's a vagina.
Are you talking about Tasmania as the shape of the female, or are you talking about the
Yes.
male?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Tasmania's
Yes.
the shape of the piece of female
It's the
anatomy.
hoochie coochie
I'm
of
trying to
Australia.
keep it
Yeah.
Are you
clean.
saying
It
it
looks like a
like
bikini area, but it doesn't look like anything.
The vagina
Yes.
of a woman, yes. Look at
Yes.
it on the map.
Vagina.
Uh-huh.
But I said it's a
What the hell kind of
vagina.
maps do you have?
On maps,
Does
they're
that-
all the
It looks like a
same.
bikini. It doesn't look like.
Does that mean you gotta
Oh
like
my
wax
God, is that really where
Tasmania?
Bikini Bottom is?
It is. There it is. You've solved one of the world's puzzles. One of the world's.
there- hey,
mysteries.
I can get it on here.
Hang on. Is there an
Does that
airport?
look like a vajayjay?
Yes.
Is there an
It just kind
airport?
of looks like a triangle. Sorry,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Wait, is there an
So does
airport
that-
there?
Upside
No.
down.
Does that-
No,
you
Melbourne
gotta-
looks a little bit like a part of a female. But
Yeah, but is
Caitlin,
there-
we love you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. Sorry that we got obscene.
Is there?
It was all
Yeah.
City Girl's fault.
So does that mean you guys got to wax Tasmania?
That's
every
like-
couple of months?
Well, if you don't want to go to the dentist for
So
a
that's
month.
my
This is gonna be a
question.
bananas look
wait,
for Australia.
Karen was
That's like-
talking.
That's my question. Is there an airport there? Because if so, there's a landing strip.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy moly, crackanoli.
I kept it clean.
You were
He
being
did.
fine.
I'm keeping
He
it
did.
clean too. I'm asking if there's an airport.
I was
I
being
did.
And I was-
too. It just looks like
Is
a
that
I was
for the
talking-
planes to go in and out?
Wax.
Yes, the
Wax.
landing strip.
Waxing. Wax.
This guy's
Candle.
talking about
wax.
waxing and
Yeah. No, this is I'm making candles right now.
No,
It's a-
she's sleeping.
the Wickershire project comes in on the land.
oh, I feel
She
bad.
better
for
be
her.
sleeping. Abby better be in bed. It's a school night and
Yeah,
it's
she went to
late.
bed. She sounded like she
And
had.
God, I will have to scold her.
Oh my goodness,
No,
school.
she's not here.
Bob
Oh.
froze.
Bob froze with his candle wax in his face.
Come on,
Is
that was
it-
a girl.
It looks like he's going. Check this out.
That is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
I think that's his
Or are they
video intro
Gonna
for
wax.
his BDSM video he was putting together.
condoms?
Oh my god.
He's gonna show us his wall of whips later,
Yeah,
but you have to go to his channel to see it.
Well,
Our
someone
fuzzy
was talking
handcuffs.
about a ring camera earlier.
I can bring those down if you want.
No, we're okay. Thank you.
We're all gay.
No, I said you're okay.
I heard we're all gay.
No,
No.
no, 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 no.
No.
No, not gay.
Nope.
We're all gay. Okay.
It just means we're happy.
Yeah.
Aw.
I mean, I'm used to it. I live in LA. You know.
It's his toys for his inflatable girlfriend. Cute.
Wow.
Viper was,
That's how he burned a hole in her in the
once we
first
got
place.
off the live the other night, Viper was showing us a ring camera mount.
Oh yeah, it was. I forgot about that. It was a GoPro chest mount.
What do you mean, Wickshire? My face is changing.
Maybe the colors, the way the color when you turn
The color.
Oh.
Yeah, half your face is red and the other half is
Yeah.
green. Your whole half of your body's red and half is green. It's
Must
just
have been
it's just
sunburned.
I like it.
it's just the way the light's
Her
positioned.
color is always kind of different. It's cool, artsy.
Now she looks like the woman from Little Mermaid.
Okay, that's freaky.
Oh my god! Right there, hey, you look like that one girl with the bat, that blonde.
Sorry,
girl
sorry. I can't get it to stop. Okay.
You know that blonde girl with the bat? What's that movie called? Where those girls are like they have tattoos.
Oh, what's her name? Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to be like
Sure.
her, or the one that.
Oh, wow. How cool is that, huh?
that doesn't-
Remember what you said about like that karate earlier. You don't want to be like her. Ow!
I found out that those are like way too long, like the
And
sword.
sharp.
Yeah, to pull from the back like that.
Uh,
They even said the ninjas
Uh-huh.
used to like strap them to their back, but it wasn't. It was for climbing and not for fighting. 'Cause it
yeah,
was
no.
slice something
Yeah.
off trying to.
It is. It's a transportation thing. It's extremely like people don't realize how not easy it is to pull an actual samurai, or let alone two from your back.
Yeah, but I just thought of those. What are those knives that have like the?
Samurai sword.
Yeah, smaller ones. Yeah, but not the
Yeah,
long
but
ones.
they're like pointy and they have
But
that part on
The America, like we've stereotyped it.
Part on them. Are you
They
talking about
have their
Sky?
like pointed too, Darren, and then there's
Right.
the.
You know what it looks like you're describing? It looks like a
Yeah,
plug.
I was.
I
trying
need
to
I need
tell-
like a marker board back here to draw.
It's called a SAI. SAI.
SAI. Okay.
You should get a whiteboard. Remove the map and get a
I know
whiteboard.
that would be kind of fun. We should do that.
This is
Courtney.
Australia. This is Tasmania.
This does not look like a woman's part, unless she's
And that's
wearing
where-
a bikini.
It does if she's not landscaping.
Yeah, that's right.
Is
That's right.
Tasmania in the bush?
Yes.
It's
Mhm.
it's
Or is it
required-
Tasmania with the bush?
Waxing. I'm telling you, waxing. Please,
That's what Bob
please.
was holding
That's
up.
why you got the video.
Right now- well, right now-
Sure.
Right now it's a
Got it.
Brazilian. Right now it's Brazilian.
That's why I said it looked
if you
like
look at
bikini. I was
if
like,
you look at her
Finally
map, if you look at her map, if you look at her map right now, it's Brazilian because it's all pink. It's all clean.
Now, I don't speak any Portuguese. Okay, so let's leave Brazil out of this. Okay,
Brazilian wax.
Brazil.
Brasilia is over here.
How are you
Brazil's
gonna find
orange.
that slide?
They're tanning. They just tan.
Yeah, yeah, they're in the Amazon.
They don't, They're already tan. They already turned pink, and they went to.
What
tan.
color are we? What colors? What colors the U.S.? What colors the U.S.? Yellow.
Oh gosh, we're gangrene. Green.
Oh, well, that makes
All
sense.
green.
We're
That's-
green with MB.
That's kind of fitting.
Okay, now show me where's the Philippines? Where's the Philippines?
I don't
Can you
know.
show it?
Oh, come
Oh
on,
my
it's right
I don't know
there.
what the Philippines are.
With
seriously
Share
don't.
Project's comment.
You don't?
I
You're
don't.
cracking me up, dude.
How about
Said
I
it.
did
Indonesia?
geography in
That's what I started
Florida,
coming from
and they taught us Africa. was the
Malaysia,
last time I
Indonesia, Borneo.
No, I had a African American Haitian teacher, and he decided we were just going to learn Africa. That was it.
Oh, that was a good echo right there.
Yeah, that was some rap. He's doing rap. Bob, you okay? You're rapping again.
He actually sounded like a Wookiee, but
You don't have to zoom in. Courtney, you don't have to. You don't have to zoom in like that.
I like it. You like that?
I like it. I wish you could get your echo thing working for us.
Me too.
I almost
Oh,
I think my eyebrows match today. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that's
I need them
zoomed.
tattooed on so I can stop this madness. Never knowing if I'm going to be angry eyebrow girl.
Or just do like I'm not gonna say the never mind. I was gonna say just Sharpie them.
Just make sure you use a black Sharpie.
Yes, that'll look really awesome.
Here, I have plenty
And,
right.
and make sure you make a YouTube video.
I have plenty of them right here.
How to do your own tattoo eyebrows.
Oh, whoops!
Use the right, use the right color for your hair color. Whips out black.
Whoopsie!
Whoopsie.
Came out a little dark.
Oh my God, Bob!
I'm your new babysitter. Open the door. Open the door. I said open the door.
Yeah,
As long as you don't say "Let's play a game." we're good.
Sorry. Let me just take this off here. What was your name, sir?
Whoa! Look at you.
Oh my God, I love your death hat.
Hey, I got one. I got one of those. I have one of those adult toys too. Look. Oh, your balls are bigger than mine. They're even longer.
But hers are fuzzy.
Yeah, no, it's the same. It's the same one like I have, but you got the bigger. There was the bigger one, and I thought it was too big for me.
Are
I
you
was like,
jealous?
no, not at all. I didn't want to
I have
get
bigger
it.
one than Viper.
Yeah, you got bigger balls than I do.
Considering I don't have one.
But my tips are red.
Okay, we're
There's
trying
a-
to keep it clean. Darren's got to work, and
I
he's got
am.
a boy.
They are. The tips are red.
That
What
sounds
color?
like a personal problem. You should go get shots for that.
Hey.
Or just live with it and love it, Just
Yeah.
handle it.
Just enjoy
It's
the
a-
burning.
It's a daily thing. Enjoy the burning. Oh my God.
Ugh.
I'm
Use
on
it for chip.
my
For
computer.
when
You
a
guys are
burst,
awesome
use it for a
friends.
chip dip.
Why
I
was
almost
that?
spit out my tea on my laptop.
I almost spit too on mine. And I'm the one, like, I'm my own best friend.
And we do
That's what my
mostly
husband
down the
would
right
say when I
way.
crack myself up. He's
We're
like,
supposed to go down smooth. That made me choke.
Oh.
but I can't. I've only used that camera a couple times since I got it for Christmas. And I shot this, like, whole thing for David the Good. Like, I was going to do this video and, like, thank him for teaching me stuff about Florida gardening. I get it into edit, and there's no audio after I uploaded the whole thing. None.
What kind of camera is that?
It's the Canon M50. It's the one they say is still good enough for 2021.
If you don't like it, I'll take it.
Oh no, I love it. It's just I'm not used to it yet. I've been
That's okay. I'll gotta send it to me and I'll show you how to do it.
I'm just slower in my older age. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Oh really, Viper? Let me do that. I don't think my husband would be too happy to see that disappear. Oh yeah, I sent it to this guy out in California. He said he'd show me how to use it.
She makes it. You create a little cardboard box like replica.
Probably. I'd have to do something like that.
Well, at least you're not putting your eyes up to the thing. Like the old cameras used to put it up to your.
You can do that, but it doesn't line up. Oh, let me take this off first.
It doesn't line up. Let me take off the lens clip first.
I've dropped the mic.
The mic fell off. I'm feeling like I'm not used to it yet. I don't know what I'm.
That's a good looking camera though. I like the white.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the white too. I thought it was just.
That's supposed to lock.
I think
Yeah,
it'll
there you
work
go.
this way. Backwards.
See, I don't actually use mine.
Oh, you got a bigger one.
Why not? That's not.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it gets bigger even.
Oh, hey, look, it got erect.
It likes me.
Oh, now it's. Wait, Darren, do that again. Look, it's warm out. Oh, it's cold out. Oh wait,
it
it's
must
getting.
be very cold.
And now it's warm again. Hey, I have my dad's camera in my closet.
Oh
I
my
refuse
God.
to get rid of that thing because and it still works. It's not digital, of course. It's old school film from the 70s. But I think it's a Zenith, if I remember, or I could be wrong. But it's got the same long lens on it. It's
Yeah,
the old school
Argus was
camera.
real popular back in the 70s. Argus was another
Yeah.
popular brand.
I love that
It's-
camera.
Sony came in
Aaron,
and
what
just
is
wiped
yours
them out.
that you have? Is yours a Canon too, or is it Panasonic?
Mine
So
is
why
a
don't you use that
Panasonic.
to record your videos?
It's the
I
what?
looked at the Lumix. I looked at those too.
Yeah. it's
Those
a-
are really nice. The professionals use the Lumix.
I remember coming to America and my dad taking pictures of me and other stuff with that camera. That camera's been in my life since I was born. So I refuse to let it go. I don't care.
So why don't you
They're
record
worth-
your videos with that camera, Darren?
Because it's too much like hard work.
Really?
It's too what?
Too much like hard work.
If
Yeah,
you don't like it, I'll take
I know
it.
where mine's at right
Yeah,
now
fine.
too.
Here, ship it to me.
It's a
All my
learning
videos are
curve.
shot, edited, thumbnails done on the phone.
At least somebody, is like, use the card, the memory card, but I don't know if my son turned off the sound or not. But he did.
No. The thing is I think because you have an external mic, you might have to change the setting on the camera.
Yeah.
because
before though, that's what I don't know.
What's happening most likely is the camera has its own mic,
Yeah.
and that'll work like that. But because you have this external mic,
Mm-hmm.
the camera is registering that there's something plugged in, but it doesn't know what, so it's just defaulting to mute.
Okay.
So you might have to go inside the settings and
yeah,
change
that
change your mic.
makes sense.
Yeah, change your mic output to that.
I don't know if this is
That's
still
probably-
charged. These are the cutest little batteries, though.
Aw.
Who's got the chicken? I hear a rooster out there.
Darren.
That would be mine.
All right.
It's morning time where he is. I like that it
Oh,
comes
it's
to
afternoon time.
It's like
Afternoon.
Since you guys
afternoon.
are dark.
Yeah.
noontime.
Mhm.
Afternoon time.
Past noon, yeah. she's working
It's
her way
our
up. She's work-
That's my life. I just keep
I have a
yes,
friend
then
that's
can't get it
got
right.
That sounds like the fire department out here.
Don't do that. My dog will start barking.
I have a friend that lives out in California sometimes, and I'll hear their chickens. And then
You have a
mine will
friend
go
that
off.
lives here sometimes?
No, I have sometimes when we're talking,
Oh,
I'll hear her chickens, and then I'll hear mine.
I remember one time where my
And
parents
some of
lived.
my
There's
friends
no way
overseas is vice versa. I hear their chickens, and then I hear mine.
where my parents live. There's no way anybody could own a chicken. There's no yards. It's all apartment buildings. And one day I was on my motorcycle and I go to the stop sign and I literally, no joking, a chicken crossed the road and I'm like, what the hell?
But why did the chicken cross the road?
I have no idea. I never figured that
So they
out.
could
It
give
just-
Bob some
just showed up.
lotion, tire repair kits, and inflatables.
That's his Amazon wish list.
Inflatables?
I don't know. That's what Cute
Is
Kitchen
that
and Beyond
Bob's
just said.
Christmas list?
That's
Oh,
his Amazon wish list. Oh, he froze in a good way now. Look.
I know, that's a nice smile.
Yeah.
I don't know what any of this stuff is. This is just such a pain.
That's what I'm saying. It's too complicated for you. Here, give it to me.
No, I'm not giving it to you.
Go to Google, put Piper's type of phone,
Oh.
and look up the manual.
I know, I have the
Oh,
manual.
we lost
for-
Bob. Uncle Bob, come back. Uncle Bob.
Baby, come back.
okay.
Hey, Courtney, change his name when he comes back to Uncle Bob.
Boob.
See if he notices it.
Creepy Uncle Bob.
Uncle Boob.
No.
Pervy Uncle Bob.
He's hearing us. Uncle Boob. No, I ordered a dehydrator. It's really nice.
Which one did you get?
You'll have to see my video coming out soon.
Oh, okay.
No, it's my preserving video. It's Ovation. And I was talking
Oh,
to
yeah.
someone
I think
that has one close to it, and they said mine's better than theirs.
It's burning my soul.
I'm trying to find where the audio.
Yeah.
is.
I'm making beef jerky in it tomorrow. I got to shoot the video in the morning.
Found
Putting the
alive
jerky meat in the
and
dehydrator, turning
good
it on, and then
time.
later on taking it out.
And when I woke up,
What's HDMI HDR output? What is that?
That's HDMI output. That's to connect the wire from the camera to your TV
Oh,
or
okay.
your monitor. So whatever, so you can stream from that to the TV.
Oh, so I could use this as my camera for if I was on a live.
You could, but you have to download a software on the computer
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, they actually have a kit for that now for Canon,
Mhm.
but it's like $100 and something bucks. That's the only thing is you get into these and then you just can continue to spend more and more money.
Yeah, it's
It's kind of a trap. But
There's a guy that used to take pictures of motorcycles out here in the canyons, and his camera's like, 30 grand. It gets up there.
oh yeah, the professional level.
His lens is like 3 feet long. Like it's one of those massive lens.
Mm.
I mean, he
My son's
takes pictures of vehicles and motorcycles. So when they're flying by like 50 miles an hour,
Yeah.
he needs that professional lens. And when you see the pictures, they're like crisp and like motionless.
Courtney, are you making faces at me? Are you just gonna?
my son's best friend, the kid that lives a couple doors after us. His uncle that has a landscaping business.
I like how we're all a
Wait,
family
summer.
here.
Yeah, we
Every
are.
summer, he
No, I mean
goes
literally.
out.
Look at our
and
names.
his
We're all
uncle.
family here.
Mom, Uncle Bob,
Sister Terry, distant
sister,
mom, brother,
brother.
Distant cousin who lives on the
that sounds like
vajayjay.
an Alabama thing.
No, he
Yeah,
lives
it's on the border.
slightly
It's on the
above-
border.
he lives above it. He's in the belly button area.
I'm just
I
above
didn't
where
have no
things get
room, I
dirty.
know.
I
Kind of fitting,
know.
isn't it?
The clitoris.
Hey,
Hey,
Let's say
do
that
not-
word.
it's educational purposes.
no, this is an educational film.
The clitoma? How's
Let's
that?
say that.
Oh,
Although
man.
that's what
Mrs. is on her way home. She's going to bring me home some food. All right.
Ooh, yum,
Very good.
yum.
I was thinking when I said Melbourne.
She what?
I didn't get it either.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Taught
just
herself.
rewind it 10 seconds.
Nope. No.
I heard Melbourne.
Related to what you said. That we're not allowed to say.
Well, she's going to bring home some food.
Yeah.
Melbourne.
Melbourne looked like what you said that we're not talking about.
And you call me
That's
weird.
Seriously, if yours
Nancy?
is in Melbourne, it's a little out of place.
And you call me weird.
No,
huh?
I'm not.
Hmm.
I'm not relating it to Tanzania. I'm just seeing it.
Tanzania?
Now.
Tanzania.
I'm to
Tanzania?
Tasmania.
Tanzania.
If the word
Oh
that's
my
not mentioning of yours is in Melbourne, then it's a little
I'm
out
trying
of
not to
place.
see
It
my-
should be
Yeah,
in Launceston.
Melbourne is like the birthmark that's on the side. Like it's not. in
No,
the
it'd be
right-
the belly button.
No,
Yes.
it's off to the side.
It's a
Then
sign
what would you
right
call
there.
that other island?
No, that's Melbourne's up here.
Is that New Zealand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And if the
Yeah.
word the Viper said that he shouldn't have said was in Melbourne for you, it's very much out of place.
No,
It should be in Launceston.
I'm not relating it though to Tasmania at all. I'm just
Okay.
saying shape wise. You were talking about shapes.
Mm.
Yeah. That's all.
What about shapes?
Shapes. Remember, I was an art teacher. Shapes, I'm familiar with shapes. Just like
Well,
I said.
turn
the-
Tasmania upside
Huh?
down and
What?
Where's Saipan? Where is that?
I don't know. You got to
Where-
find that one, Bob. You're on your
Type
own.
Taipan.
Taipan. Change names.
I'm not relating to Taipan. Wait, what?
No, Saipan. It's
No, I know.
Saipan was.
Is it up there?
Taipan was.
Oh, wait,
Saipan,
no,
and
she-
Is it
now
near
it's Taipan
Thailand?
Again.
No, she
Yeah.
said Tanzania earlier. That's what I meant.
Shut up.
God help us all. God help us all.
Aren't you glad I didn't go to school to become a pilot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Sherry,
let-
your
Ladies and
mission.
gentlemen, we're now
they,
landing
they,
in.
they,
We are now.
they let me be an aircraft
You
mechanic.
guys all thought you were going to Australia.
You got a
Yeah.
We're in
family.
Japan.
You got a family on an
Have a great
airliner.
day.
You got a family on an airliner going to, like, let's say California, Las Vegas from another country, right? And they board Terry's plane, and it's like, oh, I can't wait to go to Las Vegas and visit California. And Terry's like, welcome to such and such airlines. Thank you for joining us to our new trip to Newfoundland.
Thank you for
Like-
joining Canadian
Newfoundland.
Airlines.
Ooh.
We're not-
Oh,
and then we land, and then she lands, and instead of, we have now arrived in Canada. Like, but you said Newfoundland. We're supposed to go to
You
Vegas.
thought you were going to Hawaii?
Are you mixing names up again, Viper?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
because
Tanzania.
I,
As bad as I am.
that's because I was an aircraft mechanic, and I'm the guy who installed the
We'll
compass.
be doing
Nice.
somewhere else.
Why is this compass off?
Hey,
Here.
did you
Viper's
fill it
sitting
with?
there criticising that
Leaning
you don't know which country's
northeast.
saying what.
Did you fill it with
But
water?
he's just mixing up the two names between you.
Did you fill it with the water?
No,
Bob,
it's digital, so I just poked out some of the little dots and put it in back in the dashboard. Hey, keep
works.
flying, Sal. We'll get over an airport sooner or later. Just
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I got confused. Enough
Otherwise, we'll be
Tanzania's
sleeping
Africa.
with the fishes.
Look, Tanzania is in Africa, yeah.
no, that's South America.
Why do you have to be so critical of the way I pronounce it?
That's South America.
That's not
Saved
South
by the
America
Bell.
that she's pointing at. That's Africa.
I know. I'm trying to mess with her.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, what?
Trust me, I know my
Sometimes
you-
geographic.
Look in
Geography.
Africa there, and
Oh, I got a
find the
call for
country called Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Find the country called Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Not my booty.
Djibouti. It's a French territory. In,
Not my booty, she said.
Djibouti.
I found my booty.
Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Is it like a large area?
No, it's tiny. It's by the what do you call it? Just south of the Suez Canal, out there at the beginning of the open areas of the Indian Ocean or whatever it is. Djibouti. It's a French territory. That's where the Foreign Legion is. Some of them are stationed there.
Spell it, Bob.
I don't see
DJ. Well, we got a French guy here. Right
DJ.
now.
DJI.
I see. No, I see the Red Sea.
Djibouti.
B-O-U-T.
You gotta look on the
Djibouti.
northeast side of Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, is it
They
this
keep-
tiny?
France won't.
Ethiopia is on
I
the.
found it. It's really tiny.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Green
It's
stuff. It's in between. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't even read the other one that's next to it.
That's some of the
Eritrea?
places-
Piper was right. It's like there's
Yeah,
Ethiopia, and it's like right up here.
Yemen is
and north of that is
Somalia.
Somalia.
Eritrea. It should be Eritrea, something north of.
Eritrea.
That's the
North-
one I can see.
Yeah.
Eritrea, and then the one that Bob said, and then it's Somalia that wraps around.
Look how close
Yeah.
though. Look how close Djibouti is to.
Yemen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was gonna say the other.
Yeah, France keeps some of the Foreign Legion air stationed in Djibouti because they won't allow the French Foreign Legion to be stationed in France.
And then you have
They
your
won't allow
island.
Really?
They're too afraid of them. Yeah,
There's an
They-
island.
it's
There's
a mercenary army. It's a mercenary army,
Oh,
and other countries will come by and hire the French Foreign Legion to guard their ships as they pass through the pirate zone,
okay.
and
There's
they
an
pay
island.
France. And they pay France for that.
There's an island between them, Mayun. If you look, I don't know if it's there on your map though.
What?
Check-
They're all mercenaries.
Check
Yeah.
check on your map between Djibouti and Yemen, and see if there's a little island there called I forget what it's called. What's the name? Mayun. Yeah.
That's tiny. Yo. I had to zoom in real
You
far on
might
my
you might
Google
not.
Map.
Yeah, you're cheating.
I can't see it. Yeah,
Yes, I
can't-
am.
What?
Good thing for internet.
Right. Mayun. It should be Mayun or Mayy.
M-A-Y-Y-U-N.
Mayun.
It's a green dot
Mayun.
in water.
It's between
Yo. Yo.
Djibouti and Yemen. It's like right at it's at the closest point to where they almost touch.
It's closer to Yemen.
Yeah, it might be too small to be on that map.
Yeah, I don't see it at all.
Yeah, you're gonna be
Yeah,
on
the
that one.
the water levels hasn't dropped on that map yet.
I mean, probably not. I don't know how old this map is. This is the one I got from my neighbors when they moved.
I had
Didn't
a
take
map
it.
like that growing up.
Yeah,
I think I
don't know where-
actually still have it somewhere.
I don't know where it
And
says.
I would love to have
my
a
wife-
world map.
My wife has her mom has that map in her house. The same one. They're great.
I have another one over, but it's underneath my. You can't really see it. I won't even show it because it's underneath from
Mhm.
the World Geographic, National Geographic. Oh my gosh,
National World
National World. I'll just keep going.
Graphic Geo.
Yeah, that.
Q Kitchen. If you look
Look
over
at Courtney.
Melbourne,
She's
I'm
trying to
like on Google
pose and
Maps.
take a
I'm
picture.
not posing.
Google
I was
Maps.
itching my arm.
In the
Oh.
bottom
I'm
right
feeling
hand
that
side of
too.
Australia, where Melbourne is, if you zoom in real far,
Mhm.
yeah, it looks like two circles.
What?
Looks like the parts of the
Next to Melbourne? Are we going back to Melbourne?
If you zoom in on Google Maps on that part of Australia, yeah.
Don't
Looks
cry
there's
for
two
me.
little tiny.
Top of,
Argentina.
yeah, two little tiny
The
areas.
truth is I'll
Yes,
never
I'll
let
never
you
left
But
you.
you
until
go
All
you
through
to
my
Google
wild
Maps.
days, my
You're gonna
manic
get her a
lessons.
strike.
I kept my.
Don't strike. No, no.
If you go
No,
to Google
no,
Maps,
no.
You
Carol,
can't
if you
sing
go into
show
Google
tune.
Maps, it looks
Huh?
like there's two holes where Melbourne
I'm
is.
the only one who caught that. Oh.
There's two. I see two islands here, and
Yeah. not
But
islands,
damn, we
they're like
tried.
islands.
two lines. Is that what you said?
Hold on.
All I really know.
Oh,
Is
I see it.
all
Two tiny little dots. Is that what you're saying? Right next
Yeah.
to
Hold on.
you?
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Yeah, I see it.
Argentina. I want to go to Argentina.
Yeah, that's a country on my bucket list.
My top thing to see on my bucket list is the Great Barrier Reef.
That's another one on my list.
Friends that actually moved out
Basically, my
New Zealand.
That's
I have
my
a bucket
top
list.
thing on
I have
the
a bucket
Great
list of a lot of things to do, but
Me too.
traveling the world to various locations is definitely one of them. Like,
I want to
there's-
do Italy.
Oh,
I would love to do
Yeah,
Italy.
I've been around the world. I've been around
yeah,
quite a bit.
you've been, yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Not talking about acid trips, Bob.
I don't like you. You're not coming to my birthday party. I don't like you.
Oh, come on now, Bob.
And Bob's like, I don't like you. You're not my friend anymore. 10 minutes
That's right.
later. 10 minutes later. You want to be friends again? I miss you.
I'm coming over and going to pick up my Tonka trucks and bring them all home.
Definitely like family.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, remember those days?
If you look,
You're not allowed to play with my toys anymore.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, she found them, the two little dots.
Yeah, I found
as you
them.
zoom out, it looks like a woman's parts.
Mm-hmm.
We.
Me.
I
Mimi.
said we.
The fan in the background sounds like a C-130.
Oh, yo, Bob. So check this out. So by the airport by my house, right?
Mhm.
Occasionally, military will or Air Force will occasionally land and take off. So one afternoon, my wife is getting off work. She's coming home, and not a C-130, the other one, the C-17 is
Yeah.
taking off. The transport plane, big behemoth. I mean, just taking off and like they bank because it's very close to residential, so and it's a short runway, so they take off real hard and real high, and then they bank real hard. And she told me that, and I was like, oh man, you're so lucky. Like I see them sometimes. It's really cool. The next day, I'm on my motorcycle. I'm heading somewhere, and I see a C-130 with the propellers going, and you hear like, and it's getting ready to taxi to take off. And I'm on my bike, like, oh my god, it's so cool to see those things.
Yeah.
One time we had some F-18 Hornets come in, a couple of them, alongside a C-130, and it was the craziest sound because you heard like like you heard the like that, but then you heard like that from the jets, you know. And believe it or not, I knew what it was. I knew it instantly. I was like, oh, that's military coming in for landing. We go outside, and sure enough, you see a big plane and 2 jets. The news came on, breaking news. In case you heard this noise, don't freak out. It's just the airport, or Air Force landing, and da da da. The people were calling 911 because they were scared of the noise. Ridiculous. I know.
Have you ever
I
been
know.
around a B-52 taking off?
Mm-hmm.
They have 8 engines.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
They have
no.
8 engines.
I've been around one,
Big
but
old,
not
we
taken
call
off.
big old smoking,
rumbles.
hulking
Oh,
hog.
wow.
You know.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's the
I think
amount of noise and power.
during my military service, the 2 of the loudest aircraft I heard take off. Number 1 was an SR-71. That was the loudest.
I was just gonna say.
unbelievable.
I was just gonna say I have not seen one take off or been in flight, but I have sat in one, and oh, these things are enormous. Oh my
Mhm.
God,
They'll take up an entire hangar, man.
They're
Yeah,
huge.
the SR-71 and the F-4 Phantom
Blackbirds.
was
It's old school, Billy.
the F-4 was just rips, man.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys about that in-flight emergency, didn't I? Way back in the 80s. I told my wife about this, but I was in other hangars, and and they said, "Everybody, come on now, drop what you're doing, and go get over here to the biggest hangar on the airbase." This hangar had a bunch of different aircraft in for maintenance. We had to physically push those airplanes out of the hangar, all of them, get all the support equipment out of the hangar now, right now, and what the heck is going on? And
The Blackbird was
we
coming
got
in.
both ends of the hangar. Yes, it had an in-flight emergency, and he had to land in Las Vegas at Nellis. And they towed that thing in with a whole bunch of machine guns and armed guards around it. And we closed that end of the hangar doors. And then as soon as he got inside of the hangar, they unhooked the tug and pulled
Come on, internet.
the
Yeah, it's being a
tug
pain
out
in
of
the
there,
butt.
and they closed the doors. So they posted armed guards all the way around that building.
Jesus. Yeah, I've sat in one. I've sat in a F-117 also, a stealth bomber. I've sat in one of those. I've seen that in flight twice, and one of them was doing like training exercises by my cousin's house. I heard it inside the house. That's how loud it was and how close and low it was. And I said, "What the
Yeah.
heck is that?" And I'm like, "That sounds like military." That's because there's no way an airplane, even any kind of jet, would do those kind of noises. And I'm like, "There's something going on." And I run outside, literally go in the middle of the street, and I see this like triangle. This F-117 just
You want to paint a snowman?
banking and spinning and like doing its aerobatics, and I'm just like jaw drop, eyes wide open,
What
The
the world
loudest-
is going on?
I don't know. We're doing a paintbrush thing.
Paintbrush envy.
Wait, can you do me a favor? Oh wait, no, there's a paper on it. I was gonna say, can
There
you
you go. Okay. All right. I'll see you.
brush the bristles?
I'll one in.
Now, the loudest thing I ever heard in my life was what's called the hush house. We'll take the F-16 inside of a building, and you chain it to the
Waxing
ground, and
A little aloe on.
run it full
Really?
Making a
full
Mercury
Zone
there.
5 aircraft. You have Zone 5 all the way up, all the way. And these doors on the side of the hangar doors kick open to allow more air to rush in. And I have to go underneath that thing while it's running
Jeez.
and inspect different systems. And it shakes your guts. I mean, seriously.
Did you ever see that video? It's years old now. It's long, like over 20 years old. But did you ever see that video where there's a jet, F-7, F-16, F-18, I don't know. It's some kind of fighter jet on somewhere, and this guy gets sucked into the engine,
Yeah,
he
it
walks. He
happens.
walks in front of it.
Yeah,
He walked in
I-
front of it and all you see is his body like shape of a letter C. He just whoop gets curved into it,
Yeah.
and the engine, I wouldn't say explodes, but it kind of just like kind of did. It like I don't know how to explain it, but the
Yeah, that
dude
was on a-
survived.
That was
The
on a
guy-
Navy airplane.
I thought so. Yeah, on an
Yeah.
aircraft.
I've seen that twice. It's not good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the guy survived though. He was really banged up, but he survived and told his story. Like, you don't
Yeah.
do that.
The one guy I saw get taken into an F-16,
You're giving me-
the pilot was really quick,
Mute
and he
yourself.
throttled back immediately. So he just slammed up against
Oh
the
my
airplane,
God.
and he fell out. Another one was a guy in the fire department with a Scott air pack on. Well, the guy who was a regular airman like me, he got his head split open, but which is yuck. But a firefighter, he got sucked in because he's wearing the full face mask, and he couldn't see from the sides, all that. He walked right in front of it,
Oh no.
and there's a heat probe in the center of the intake on the F-16, and his Scott air pack got hung up on that, and he got thrown into the intake, and they were able to throttle back and get him out of there. But
Did he make it?
yeah, but he was all messed up because it broke the Scott air pack and the face shield, and a bunch of stuff was getting sucked out of his eyes. And
Ew.
it was
God.
pretty ugly.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like people don't think about that. When you're in front of, that's protocol. You
What usually happens, and I've had this many times, is called noise fatigue. You get
Yeah. Yeah,
so
people.
much
I've seen it.
extreme
Where
noise where
I've
you
seen
stand
where-
there and fall asleep.
you fall over.
You know?
I've seen it.
Yeah,
People drop.
yeah. And
Yeah.
that's usually when people make mistakes and
Yeah.
walk at the exhaust or the intake, or walk right into the wing.
It's
or-
funny because
Yeah.
I get like that with the
Oh my
noise of a
gosh. I
helicopter.
didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, that's
The helicopter whine, from the
Yeah.
like the turbine.
Yeah.
I get like that, and I fall asleep to the helicopter whine when I hear it.
That's-
Like that.
after a couple of years out on the flight line in the Air Force is when I started developing depression.
Hmm.
I think the noise fatigue had a lot to do with it. I
I'm sure.
really do.
Yeah.
Some people will stand there and vomit, and some people
Yeah.
will stand there and fall asleep. But it was long-term exposure. I started getting depression.
I've literally seen people standing at attention with noise fatigue, and they start to like fall asleep. Their head goes down, and then
The whole
They just-
body. Yeah.
they just drop, plop.
Yeah.
And then they're like,
if you lock your knees when you're standing at attention,
oh,
if you
that's
lock
bad.
your knees, you're gonna pass out.
Yeah, you're done.
That's
yeah.
that's one of the first things they teach you in boot camp.
Don't lock your
knees. Mhm.
Yeah, they taught us that in chorus.
It's already got
Chorus.
banned.
Band camp. Don't lock
They
your
taught
knees.
us that in chorus when you're standing on the like on any bleachers or you're up. Never to lock your knees because you're taking out everybody below you if you go down.
Oh,
This
Yeah.
one time at band camp, I locked my knees.
You're so risky.
Yeah, I took out a trombone.
I took out a trombone. It wasn't too happy. You heard womp 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 womp. Yeah.
Yeah, I
no,
saw that. I saw that in boot camp in San Antonio more than once. Somebody just
They drop.
they fall face forward, and
Yeah.
and you're standing at attention. You can just move your eyes,
And you
move
can't-
your
you
head.
can't move.
Like, oh, that's a bleeder, eh? Look at that. Hey, you scored,
No.
pal. You know?
And then the other part, the worst part is that guy, that person that falls down like that, they're not moving either. They're still they're at attention on the floor.
Yeah.
On the ground. Yeah.
And they're
Well-
not moving, and nobody helps until whatever is
Mhm.
going on is over. Then you got the MPs that come
One-
in, the medics or whatever. They come in
One-
and help.
One female airman, I saw her. She split open her chin. Man, she was bleeding like
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
A couple of the guys got
That's horrible.
broken noses because they're still unconscious, and you can't move. When you're in the
And you're right
position
there.
of tension.
You're literally 3 feet away, and you
Yeah,
can't.
you're right there.
You can't
You
move.
can't help them.
And if you do, you're in trouble.
You're gonna get slapped around.
Yeah. gonna pay consequences on that.
It's true. See, somebody else had chorus.
Not me.
If you want to see someone fall asleep on duty,
True,
come and
they
watch
told
me
us
at work
that.
sometime.
Because you could go forward or backwards, depending on what section you were in.
Well,
Did you just hear what
you don't
Darren
want to
said?
fall backwards and pop your
I
head.
could barely
on the
hear
ground
what
either.
Darren said.
Hello.
Hello.
Turn your mic up, Darren.
There's no turning up.
Perry, turn your
Turn up,
turn your
turn
your-
up, Darren. Come on,
Oh,
turn
it's
up.
not your plug. Never mind. It's your fan. I keep thinking of your plug.
we
I'm coming
can't
over and taking
hear
all my
you.
toys home. You're not playing in
Darren.
my house anymore, Mom.
You're not my
You're
friend
not playing at my
anymore.
house anymore.
I'm not your friend
Depends on
anymore.
what the
now?
toys are too.
I'm not gonna write you any more notes.
I'm not letting you play with any of my brushes then anymore. You never clean them anyway.
What was it in the playground? Like we used to like give each other bugs or something, or you know what I mean? Or like what was like a kid thing to do? Like grab butterflies or
Is that better?
caterpillars or I don't know.
Well,
The
Hello?
big thing was grabbing grasshoppers.
Yeah.
What about now?
yeah. No, you're good, Darren.
yeah, that's better.
Better.
Mute yourself, Terry.
We lost Bib.
Hello.
Unmute. Is it your
Hello.
connection or is it your fan doing that?
It's probably my fan.
It's her
Oh.
fan.
My fan's like maybe 8 feet from me because it's like almost 90 in my house right now.
that makes sense.
Well, send the weather here. It's cold here. Well, you notice I'm wearing long sleeves.
It's cooler
Yeah.
here tonight. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
60.
We've
It's
been,
60.
Darren, did you want to tell us something?
Hey, I want to show you something, Bob. You might.
s-
Ooh,
I
geez.
said, if you want to watch someone fall asleep while at attention, come and watch me at work sometime.
Bob, check this out. I
I
found this.
thought we were. You took the camera off yourself.
I found this in a junkyard once.
I got a phone call.
Check this out.
okay.
I did my research on this. I found this in a car at a junkyard, and I kept it. And I did my research on it, and it turned out that this metal was given to like top like Navy officials or like Coast Guard. It depends on what branch you're in, but it's gold. Look at this.
Oh, that's cool.
That
Yeah.
is cool.
I've never seen that in the U.S. military. No.
That looks more like something from.
And so if you notice, there's different states. So like one of them's like this one has
Secret Society.
California,
For
Arizona.
different things they did.
I forget exactly what it is, but it says Navy Region Southwest Reserve Component Command.
Send me
Look
a
at
picture
that.
of that on Instagram. And
It's
I'll
heavy,
send it
too.
To a friend of mine, and he might know.
Oh, I know what it is. I don't remember.
It's probably bronze. It might be been an award for a wing.
Looks like
or
it's
something,
enamel.
a squadron.
From if I remember, like I said, this was given to like a commander, like you know what I mean,
Right.
like the Navy
Yeah.
commander, the guy that's in charge of the whole entire
Right.
fleet. This guy had it, and if you were stationed on the East Coast, that guy had one. Like it's only given
Wow.
to a certain amount of people.
And you found it? You
I
just
found it
like-
in the car. I found it in the car in a black Crown Victoria in a junkyard. We were going through the
Wow.
car, and I just saw this, and I'm like, oh. And then as soon as I picked it up, I was like, I'm keeping it. Like it's heavy. It has some weight to it.
It just makes me think of like a family heirloom that would be though.
You know what this is?
I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, that's a SEALs,
Yeah,
Navy SEAL. Yeah, the Trident.
Mm-hmm.
But that it doesn't matter because that's a Navy. So.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I didn't know
yeah.
what it was.
Yes, Q Kitchen and Beyond. Darren is pooping. He's pooping.
Working, one of those two.
He's
poop-
definitely pooping.
He's dealing with a bunch of shit.
He's pooping on Tanzania.
Tanzania. Oh my God.
Oops. Almost.
Tanzania.
I had to make sure I was saying it wrong. I had to double check. Yes. Occasionally poops on Tasmania.
Tanzania.
What? She just
Okay.
created a new country.
It did.
I don't even know how to say it how you said it.
Tanzania.
Tasmania. Tanzania is in Africa. Tasmania is.
No,
part
she
of
said it
Australia.
Tasmania or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Tanzania.
Tasmania.
Tanzania isn't the new place. Tanzania.
Tasmania.
Tasmania.
Now it
Remember
makes
that
sense that I didn't
cartoon?
recognize that.
How's that?
That's part of the Navy, you know, for an
Yeah.
individual award. That's why I didn't recognize
It's
it.
yeah. I think even like sergeants and officers wouldn't maybe know what that is. Like I said, it's like getting a presidential award. You know, like nobody gets that. It's
Yeah, probably for some kind of admiral,
yeah.
which
Yeah.
is the ground forces, you know, a general, you know.
Yeah, and so when I did my research on it, I remember it said like I said, like that top commander would be like, for example, he would be in charge of the western coast, like everything from like Southern California, the whole state of California, obviously, but it would go from San Diego all the way to like Washington.
Sorry.
You know, the whole coast that Navy.
Mom,
behave
take
yourself.
your medicine.
Sorry.
Mom,
I didn't take my meds yet.
take your pills, Mom.
Hey, Ma.
Sorry. I'll have
Take
to.
Now
your
you
wait.
know,
pills,
now you
Ma.
want to behave.
Sorry.
I always
What's the matter
behave
with you?
myself up here.
What's the matter with you? Take
me
your
see
pills,
Darren,
Ma.
See if I
let
can
me take
find that.
myself. You see my little
Hey,
angel
Ma,
wings
go
back
take your
here?
pills or something.
Drink that
Don't
water.
they got pills for that?
I need to go take. Let me go take my meds.
Go take your meds, Ma.
We'll take your pills or something.
Yeah,
Sit
so
down,
see-
you know.
So here's one that I'm looking at, Navy Commander Coin Award. Commander Coin State.
Where'd she go? She's pooping?
She's going to take
Taking her
meds.
pills.
Oh, she really
Yeah,
is.
Yeah. Go take your pills. You know,
Hey,
don't
see,
run.
It says having a commander's coin
Yours.
awarded to you is an honor most will never know. These medallions are given to military commanders for going above and beyond in the line of duty. Today, they're also used to signify a person's achievements in their field. But that's just the coin. That's not the.
Is that Mrs.? Is that Mrs.?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, she's got food too. Ooh, what do you got, baby? I'm on
Where's
a
it
live
from?
podcast.
Where's
I'm
it
on a
from?
podcast. Mexico.
Panda Express.
Mexico. No. Today's Mexico.
Nachos.
Thank you, baby.
Taco Bell.
Oh, you kissed me. So, you can't run away that fast. You got some business.
You could turn your mic off. I mean, not your mic. You could turn your
camera.
You could turn your camera off.
Okay, guys, time for me to eat. Time to
All right,
bounce.
Bob.
Peace.
All right.
Peace
Have
out.
fun.
Till next
Bye.
time.
Later on. Here we go. Mrs. Give me some food.
Okay, guys. Well, it is almost 2 a.m. here. I'm gonna wait till Fishes come back, and when she comes back, I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude, it's getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a
Gotta
message
go walk
a
my
friend
dog.
of mine. Got some stuff they need to see. And then I'll probably be heading to bed in a little while.
Buzzy buzz buzz. I gotta go walk my dog. Go to Courtney. This morning, I damn near wanted to like bomb the heck out of the like place across the street because for an hour and a half, ming, 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 for an hour and a half.
Why
I
don't
heard
you turn them in if they're illegal?
because they own them. The thing, okay, so it was lawnmowers and those air blowers, those weed blow, whatever the hell. The thing is that they're grandfathered in, so if they have it, they have it. They're not gonna go out and buy a $400 or $500 electric one because it's illegal. So if they still have theirs and it still works, they can still use them.
Darren's
Oh.
still
So
here,
what
can't
these
get you.
and so what these people do is when they break down, they just rebuild them. They just keep fixing them like a car because that's what it is. It's a tiny motor. But these people it's across the street. I don't know what's happened, Courtney, but for the past 3 weeks, the gardeners for our building has not. Oh, that's so nice. It's quiet. The gardeners have not showed up in 3 weeks for our building. Our grass is almost a foot tall.
Nice.
It's so nice actually, and my dog, he's so small, so when he's going through the grass, it's the cutest thing ever.
It looks like Simba.
It does. He's in there and he's like hopping along. You know, he's not used to that. It's so cute. Yeah.
Where's Mom at? There she
Right.
is.
Right
There
there.
she is.
Sorry. Things take a little longer to come out as you get older.
That's it. Okay.
Well, you gotta drink the prune juice, Ma.
I'm having
Hey, are
some mango. It's
I was
fine,
gonna
guys.
say, are you eating mango? Oh, I'm so jealous.
You need
Mm.
squatty potty.
You
That
need
looks-
the squatty potty, Ma.
Don't make me spit mango on my computer.
She's gonna pee mango juice.
I don't think I've ever peed mango. But never know.
I love mangoes. Good.
Oh, mango is one of my favorites. I love mango.
There's a pretty one too.
If you go to Taco Bell, they sell a mango, like it's a mango drink. It's like it's not soda. It's not carbonated, but it's like a mango. It's really good.
All right, y'all. It's almost 2:00 in the morning here, so I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
But I want to thank y'all for joining this chat. It was really great. It was supposed to be Bandana Grandma, but she had some technical problems, so
Oh,
Technically.
kinda sucks.
Time for her.
but
Yeah, we should get together with her, maybe like you and I, Courtney, on an off air, and then you could probably call her or somehow get her to where we can all get her up and running. We'll do
Yeah.
it again. We'll do it again.
Oh yeah. That'd be
Yeah.
awesome to see her up here.
cute.
What?
quick start project.
TMI.
She's struggling to keep the mango in her mouth.
TMI.
All right, y'all. We have a wonderful night, and we'll see you next time.
Good night, guys.
Okay.
Adios.
Adios.
Bye, everyone.